use your magic 8 ball? The answer is unclear. Good morning. We will be starting the meeting in about 5 minutes. So if you haven't done so, Exeter voters, check in with the supervisors of the checklist and get your voter cards. Thank you. It's loading. It's a little slow in here, I guess. I had two of you texting me. I would have brought you there. Yeah, sure. That's what I thought. It would be easier to ask you my question. In case I have half an hour to, you know, they're going to ask how many spaces we're going to lose. We're just losing one space. Two. And I'm going to call it a 2 double port level 2 charge. So because we were doing two ports and everybody was confused. They're going to ask me why they're going to ask me why the DOE says 3 to 4 chargers per 100 vehicles, and we only have 22 located in Exeter. We should have 22. I mean, we should have 2 chargers. Oh, if you divide 100 by 4. In Exeter, in the area. Oh, okay. Chargers, I was thinking that it was EVs. So I'll say 640 for the standard DOE. Okay, I think that was the only question. Can I ask a question about that? Because I was trying to ask Kristen. Do we not include the ones that were problem board or they had more than that one themselves? Okay. We might keep some just for customers. No, they got a grant for public chargers. Federal for public chargers, and they had to come to the planning board for approval. And I can't remember. I'll have to go find my paperwork from. It was over a year ago because the grant was only available for the end of December. Right. I just was curious. That's a curiosity question. During the board, I was asking if that included what that included, and I was thinking that because the end was a private property, that wasn't a public one, but she said it is. I was surprised. I was surprised because it's way in the back and who would know. There's one right on the side. So unless they put another one or more in, the only one I know about is if you want to park along the side of the building or out behind, you go in from Front Street instead of behind, and it's right there on the left. Oh, I knew there was one in the back corner. There you go. Then they have 2. Audi has a charger that is round, but it's only for customers. Right, and the one at McFarland, it's right next to Hannaford, right on that corner. They did it because there was concerns about no crosswalks because of grocery shopping. That was one of the points. I wanted to ask you, were you on the board when the Academy came in for their High Street Bowman Lane project? Yeah. Why did they make Bowman Lane a private way? I don't know.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. I'm Kate Miller, moderator for the Town of Exeter, and I call to order the deliberative session of the 2025 town meeting. If you are an Exeter voter, please check in with the supervisors of the checklist and get your voter card. The first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thanks to everyone for coming on this snowy morning. The chair of our select board, Nico Papakostantis, is going to make a few comments to open the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out this morning. Before we begin the deliberative session, I'd like to announce that the Town of Exeter is extremely proud to dedicate the 2024 Town Report to Susan Drinker, one of our most long-term and devoted elementary school teachers in Exeter, as well as a dedicated volunteer. Susan taught in Exeter for over 30 years, beginning at the Exeter Day School, before she continued her career at Lincoln Street School and ultimately Main Street School. Susan has an extensive record of volunteer work in Exeter. Presently, she is serving on the Exeter School Board, having been elected in 2022. Her volunteer work in Exeter also includes serving as an Exeter Public Library trustee. She's served as a board member on many charitable foundations, including the Exeter Area Charitable Foundation, Richie McFarland's Children's Center, and the Exeter Area Youth Group Home. Her passion for education and her students also led her to serve on the Exeter Elementary School PTO, the Exeter Day School Board of Trustees, and the Exeter Swim Team Board. She's also been active with various parks and recreation activities and initiatives. Community means everything to Susan. She and her husband, Nick, raised their 3 children in Exeter, and 4 of their 6 grandchildren reside in Exeter and go to the Exeter schools. In fact, I have it on very high authority that 3 of Susan's favorite words are, "Go Blue Hawks." Neither of my kids, when they were in Main Street School, had Susan as a teacher, but Susan had an impact on both of them. In fact, the first time I met Susan, my son was in 2nd grade at the time, and Susan had voluntarily assisted a father, me, who was wandering around the school aimlessly and lost. And I asked my son who that teacher was. He said, "Oh, that's Mrs. Drinker. She's very, very kind, and she helps everybody." Both professionally and through her volunteer work, Susan has represented the town of Exeter with respect, civility, and dignity. The town of Exeter has certainly benefited from Susan's dedication and commitment to her community. And indeed, everybody that knows Susan knows that she is very, very kind and helps everybody. Congratulations, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go over some of the sort of ground rules for this meeting, and those of you who've been there before are probably familiar with them. Only voters are permitted to speak at this session and to vote. There are non-residents who may be helpful in giving information about some of the items on the warrant, and there also are folks who've been consultants for the town who may have information that may be useful. So I will ask at a certain point for folks to vote in this meeting to allow them to speak. Any other non-voters need the permission of the meeting in order to be able to address the meeting. This is an SB2 or official ballot town in terms of our voting process. We have this session called the deliberative session for discussing, debating, and amending as permitted by law the articles that are on the warrant. The warrant and budget are in handouts up in the center of the auditorium. You're welcome to take some of those. I use moderator's rules, and they've been the same for many years, and many of you are probably used to them. I try to keep things flowing. I do not use Robert's Rules of Order, but try to have a good sort of common sense approach. We have 37 articles on the warrant today. The first 2 articles cannot be changed. One pertains to the election of officers, which will occur on March 11. Our election day for electing folks to their offices is the 11th of March at the Talbot Gym, 30 Linden Street. And the other article is a zoning article, which cannot be amended by this body. I will move that to the end of our agenda today in case folks have questions and want to talk about it. The initial speakers may be members of our select board, the town manager, assistant town manager, some of our department heads and personnel advisors, or petitioners. We have 6 petition warrant articles from citizens today. I will request that the initial presenters limit their presentations, whether they're town folks or citizen petitioners, to 10 minutes because we have such a long agenda today. And after the initial presentations, I'm going to ask people who speak to those warrant articles to limit their time to 3 minutes to try to keep this moving. If you are on the stage and want to speak, please signal to me so I can recognize you. Folks who are in the audience and wish to speak may line up at the microphone there. The easiest way is to sort of line up along the wall in that nice little area there and then speak at the microphone. When you come to the microphone, please remember to bring your voter card because we need to know that you are an Exeter voter, and that shows that you are. And then state your name and your address in town. Thank you. Even if you've spoken before, please give your name and address. It's also important that people speak and make motions, et cetera, only at the microphone. This meeting is going to be cablecast live and sent out streaming live and will be recorded and replayed. So we want to make sure that everybody's comments are captured, and it's harder to capture anything if people are not speaking at the mics. Thank you. Generally, I will recognize a person to speak who has not yet spoken on that particular article, rather than recognizing someone who has already spoken on the same article, to try to give everyone a fair chance. And then if there are people who want to speak again, they can have a second turn. If you have an amendment, please put it in writing so that the clerk and I get it and make sure we have it exactly correctly. We have some pads and paper up front if you wish to write out anything. The written motion or amendment needs to come to the town clerk, so she's got it. We'll make sure we understand it before the discussion starts. If there is a motion to amend an article, that will need a second to the motion in order to start discussion. The person making the motion for the amendment, please state your name and address, and the person who is making the second, please also state your name and address, as that information needs to be captured in our minutes. If there is a motion and a second to do what's called calling the question, that means that we stop debating a particular warrant article and do a vote on it right then. Typically, I will not accept a motion to call the question if it appears that there is a lot of discussion that still needs to happen and that people still have questions that need to be answered. So sometimes I will say, let's wait until we hear from other folks. If there are people lined up to speak at the microphone when a motion to call the question is presented, if it passes, I will make sure all those folks can speak before we cut off debate. So motion to call the question needs a second, and it needs to pass by a 2/3 majority. We don't have a whole lot of people here today, so hopefully we can see the voters pretty well. But if we're having difficulty, we may ask voters to stand up if they're able, and always to raise your voter cards when you're voting. Thank you. Right. I wanted to make a quick little explanation about amendments to warrant articles. The warrant articles, most of them can be amended, not the zoning articles. Collective bargaining agreements can be changed by this meeting, but the changes are not binding on the parties, either the town or the union, so they would have to vote on it. The other warrant articles can be changed in ways that are permitted under New Hampshire law. And primarily the rule is that the subject matter has to remain the same. So if there's a warrant article to buy a new fire truck and someone changes it to buying land to make a park, that's changed the subject. And so that would not be a permissible amendment. So if someone makes a change that's big enough to really change the subject, I will not allow it. And that is because all of the voters in Exeter have an opportunity to attend this meeting, and they are warned by the warrant that tells them what's going to be discussed. If we start discussing things that are not listed on that warrant, we're in violation of state law, and it's not fair to the voters who might have decided to show up if we were discussing a park, but they don't have any interest in a fire truck. So, the other thing that is not allowed is for voters to delete everything in the warrant article after the first word or two. So many of the articles start with "to see" if the voters, and then there's a text that explains what the question is. I'm not going to accept, because it's against the law in New Hampshire, an amendment that would delete the entire contents. There are a lot of ground rules. I'd like to introduce to you the people that are on the stage here. And if you could just wave when I say your name. I don't think I have you in order, so here we go. We've got our town clerk, Andy Kohler, taking the minutes. Our chair, Nika Papakostantis. We have our vice chair, Julie Gilman, who's one or two seats down. We have our clerk, our vice chair is Molly Cowan. Our clerk is Julie Gilman, thank you. And select board members Nancy Belanger and Daniel Chartrand. Our town manager is Russell Dean, and we have our assistant town manager, Melissa Roy, as well. She's also our HR director. And then our finance director, Corey Stevens. And we have up here as well our town attorney, Laura Spector Morgan. I think that's it. And then in the audience amongst you, there are many other department heads and personnel and other advisors, and I'm going to ask now for the permission of this meeting to allow people in that category who aren't town residents to be able to speak. So I'm going to read you a nice long list and see if you will vote as a slate to approve these individuals to be able to address the meeting. They are Attorney Laura Spector Morgan, Assistant Town Manager Melissa Roy, Town Engineer Paul Vlasich, consultant on the dam article, Jake San Antonio from VHB, our DPW Director Steve Cronin, Water and Sewer Manager Steve Dalton, our Town Planner Dave Sharples, our Parks and Rec Director Greg Bison, Assistant Parks and Rec Director Dave Tovey, Assistant Fire Chief Don Matheson, Police Chief Stephen Poulin, Deputy Police Chief Josh McCain, Library Director Hope Godino, Assistant Library Director Julie Lanter, and attorney for the town on the Pickpocket Dam article, Adam Dunville. Is there a motion and a second for those to be able to speak? Oh, I see that is Lang Plummer. Thank you. Second, Amy. You got that? Lamphere. Farnham. Thank you. All in favor, please vote, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay and raise your cards. Looks like the ayes have it. Thank you very much. When we're done with our discussing and possibly amending the articles today, the ballots will be printed with the articles as revised, if any. And then our voting day is March 11th over at the Talbot Gym. The very first article on the warrant is for the positions for candidates to fill, which I'm going to skip because it's not subject to amendment. The second article is called Zoning Amendment Number 1, and it is something that folks may want to discuss, but because we are not able to amend it or change it, I'm going to move it to the end of the agenda so that if there's time and folks want to discuss it at the end, we can pick it up there. So that one we will address at the very end of the meeting. The very first warrant article is that we're going to discuss is number 3, Drinkwater Road Groundwater Development, $6,800,000. to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,800,000 for the purpose of design, engineering, and construction of a new groundwater source off Drinkwater Road, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $6,800,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such notes or bonds, and to determine the rate of interest thereon, and the maturity and other terms thereof, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. Notwithstanding the general obligation nature of the bonds or notes, it is anticipated that debt service will be paid from the water fund. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. A 3/5 ballot vote is required for approval. This was recommended by the Select Board on a vote of 5-0. Mr. Chartrand, did you wish to speak to this article?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you here, fulfilling the highest role in the land, citizen, participating in town meeting. There's a lot of important warrants on this, or articles on this warrant. This one, though, might have the greatest impact on Exeter's quality of life over the coming decades. We've been working for close to 10 years to get to the point where we put this on the warrant. And the point of this is really to multiply our sources of groundwater. We've got 3 groundwater sources: Stadium, Gilman, and Larry Lane. We have 3 surface water sources: Exeter River, Exeter Reservoir, and Skinner Springs. Generally, in the past 10 to 20 years, we've considered groundwater sources to be better than surface water sources. They're more pure, they're more protected by their position in the ground. And so we've been trying to push towards developing more groundwater sources and relying a little less on our surface water sources. Not that we can ever go away from that entirely. This project will allow us to have 4 groundwater sources, and also it'll allow us to rotate through those groundwater sources and start to rehabilitate the older ones like Larry Lane. And actually, rehabilitating Larry Lane is part of this, this warrant. So you're getting a twofer there. You're actually getting a new groundwater source, and you're getting improvement on an older groundwater source. That's really the highlights here. The miracle of potable, clean water coming into your home, if you're a water and sewer user, it's really one of the most miraculous things our municipality does. So I would urge your support for this, and thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Is there anyone with any questions on this article? Seeing none, it will appear on the ballot without any changes. Thank you. The next article is number 4, Pickpocket Dam Removal, $2,100,000, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,100,000 for the purpose of design, engineering, removal of the Pickpocket Dam, and subsequent site monitoring, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $2,100,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon, and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, and other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. The town is seeking grants to offset up to 100% of the project cost, Debt service to be paid from the general fund. Estimated tax impact, assuming 15-year bond at 3.09% interest, 6 cents per $1,000 or $6 per $100,000 of assessed property value. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. This bond would require a 3/5 ballot vote for approval. It's recommended by the Select Board 5-0. I want to just frame our discussion here because I think a lot of people may be interested in this article as to what is, for purposes of amending this article, the subject of this article. We had a past warrant article that dealt with the question of whether or not to take down another dam and how to pay for it. This is different. The Select Board has the authority as the governing body to be able to vote on whether to take down the dam or to repair it or to do anything else. The Select Board has had a number of hearings, has worked with lots of other town groups on this, and they have voted already that the proper pathway is removal. So an amendment to this article, which would try to change what the Select Board has already decided, will not be permissible. So for instance, someone couldn't change removal to repair because that is not something that this body has the authority to do. We are used in this type of a meeting to be able to do pretty much anything and to be the legislative body. However, in this case, the subject of this warrant article is not a question of removal or not removal. It's how do you pay for removal? So will it be by taxation? Will it be by bond, et cetera? So a proper subject matter change would be the method of payment for the bond. So with that, Mr. Papakonstantis, did you want to speak to this one? Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just quickly, by way of history, in 2018, the New Hampshire DES upgraded the Pickpocket Dam from a low hazard to a high hazard. In 2022, the town consulted with VHB to do a feasibility study to look at different alternatives, whether it be modification or removal. In 2024, the feasibility study was finalized after several public hearings and after receiving a lot of public input. And in May 2024, the feasibility study was presented to the River Advisory Committee with 4 different options, 3 including modification and 1 including removal. At that meeting, the River Advisory Committee voted by a majority to recommend to the Select Board that the alternative option B, the preferred alternative B, removal of the dam. It came before the Select Board on June 24th of 24, and after deliberating and reviewing the feasibility study, the Select Board voted unanimously to authorize the town manager to put this warrant article on to raise the $2.1 million to remove the dam. Removal of the dam is not only the least expensive option, it also brings the most environmentally benefits to bringing the river back to its original free-flowing river. So given the fact that this would be the less impact on taxpayers and would also bring the most environmental benefits, the Select Board felt that this was the option that we wanted to move forward with. I'll speak briefly to the fact that there are multiple grant opportunities that the town will be pursuing in an attempt to offset the cost. And with that, I'd like to invite the town engineer, if Madam Moderator is okay with that, Paul Vlasic.
Yes, Mr. Vlasic, please come up.
Hello, Paul Vlasic. I'm actually going to go a little bit slower than to talk about the grants. What I'd like to do is give a history of how this project got to where we are now, and also some of the more important points along the way. This project started out with a letter of deficiency that the New Hampshire DES Dam Bureau gave to the town back in 2011. And with that, there was some logs, some brush that needed to be cleared, but there was a request to do a breach analysis on the Pickpocket Dam. And a breach analysis basically looks at two different scenarios, breaking the dam artificially and seeing the impacts downstream. So you break it during a normal day, sunny day event, and then also you break it during a 100-year storm. And depending on what happens downstream or what is impacted downstream, they have a rating system. It's either a low hazard, a significant hazard, or a high hazard dam. Prior to this letter of deficiency, the Pickpocket Dam was rated as a low hazard dam. And so the town went about doing this breach analysis. When the report was finished in 2017, the Dam Bureau reviewed it and raised a hazard classification from low to high. And now what that means is the dam has to pass a certain flow event without overtopping it, and in fact, not even overtopping it, but still having a foot of freeboard before the dam is overtopped. So previous low hazard dam had to pass a 50-year storm, of which later analysis showed it couldn't adequately do that. But now with the high hazard dam, it had to pass 2.5 times the 100-year storm event. After the Dam Bureau reclassified the dam, they also reissued a letter of deficiency in 2019, giving a decide what the due date and also a completion date that these improvements would have to be done by December of 2025. So after that took effect, the town did raise some funds and started looking at different options, hoping that they could pick on one without going through a full feasibility study. But every time that there was this analysis, there was always led to more questions. So what we had to do is we knew we had to do the full feasibility study. In 2021, the letter of deficiency was removed, and we got a request for action because we were analyzing all these different options, and that allowed the completion date for any improvements to Pickpocket Dam to be done by December 1st, 2027. So in October of 2022, this town started the feasibility study. And at the time, the cost was $373,000. And we actually got some grants for that. We got $140,000 between New Hampshire Coastal Program Coastal Resilience Grant and New Hampshire DES State Revolving Loan Fund through their stormwater planning. And this was part of their ARPA grant, and this was for 100% of principal forgiveness, and that was $100,000. So the town then supplemented the rest of that with town ARPA funds and leftover encumbered funds from previous analysis to complete the feasibility study of what we're going to do to Pickpocket Dam. The coastal program grant also added funding for not only do we want to fix this dam, but knowing that climate change is changing the stormwater intensities, we also built in a component for climate change along the guidelines of New Hampshire DES. So when we're looking at different modifications or removal, we not only looked at the current standards, but what the future might hold. Also, you don't want to fix something and then shortly thereafter, within a decade or so, have to redo it again because of the storms changing. So some of the alternatives that we looked at for modifying the dam was to raise the height of the dam, replace the spillway with a labyrinth, and it's got a zigzag look to it. It adds additional crest length for additional flows to be accommodated. And also looked at adding an auxiliary spillway off to the side of the dam so when the river rose up high enough, it could flow around the dam and down under Crossroad Bridge. There was dam removal, obviously, looked at, and there was also partial removal to be looked at. And we also tried to look at how can we go and see if we can reduce this high hazard to a lower hazard classification. And with any scenario, we still had a project where the dam had to be modified. So we're going along through the process in about the September, October timeframe of 2023. About that point, we were really looking at water levels at the dam. A grant opportunity came out, and that was the NOAA Restoring Fish Passage Through Barrier Removal grant. And what we were beginning to understand at that point, okay, if the dam has to be this high, you got to create the dam left and right so that it contains the water, and when you do that, it went through a couple of budding parcels where you had to raise the land there for the dam. So with that understanding, we had asked our consultants at the time, knowing that we still had another half a year before we were going to finish this feasibility study, to try to come up with a order of magnitude cost so that we can see if there's any opportunities with this grant. And when they did, the costs were, for any modification scenario, was substantially higher. When I say substantially higher, if you're looking at the costs for either option, a dam modification or dam removal, you have to take into account what the future costs are going to be also. It's just not the construction costs. The construction costs were more expensive, but when you add in there that there would be maintenance ongoing for any modification, you add those into it, and the dam removal was substantially cheaper. So knowing the impact to abutters and also the cost, the town thought it was prudent to at least apply for this grant. And it was a change in direction because we didn't even know of this opportunity until shortly before it came up. So the town put in that application and then continued on with the rest of the feasibility study, doing what we originally had sent out to do. Subsequently, we found out that the town did not get that NOAA grant, and that NOAA grant was going to pay for 100% of the improvements too. So it was a lucrative grant if that was the option that the town wanted to pursue. So in February 20th, 2024, the draft feasibility was finished. And in that report, and all the reports that I even mentioned are on the town website under the River Advisory Committee area. You can find all of these reports, and also you can find every slide presentation for the project also there. And most of the meetings where we talked about Pickpocket Dam have been videotaped, and you can find most of those on Exeter TV also. So back to the feasibility study to draft. The town then had a public information meeting a week after. where we presented the findings of the feasibility study. And at that public information meeting, we also established a comment period to be extended for 30 days, and there was a email location and a place where you could provide comments or ask additional questions. So some of the major conclusions of the feasibility study, it boiled down to a dam modification versus a dam removal project. Those two ideas came to the top. The important issue was the environment. With a dam modification, you maintain existing conditions above the dam. If you remove the dam, you have improved water quality, improved fish passage, you restore natural sediment transport processes, and increase in-stream diversity. On the social side of things, keeping the dam with a modification project, you maintain the recreational opportunities that people have become accustomed to. With the removal, you still have recreational opportunities, but they're different. The economics of it, the initial costs for dam modification are 42% higher than the removal. You have ongoing maintenance costs, and when you compare the two with the ongoing costs, the dam modification scenario ends up being at least twice as much as the dam removal project. In April 30th, 2024, the feasibility study was finalized, and I mentioned where public comments or questions, and there was about 77 of those. If you go to that report on the website, you can look in the appendix and you can see the actual questions and also the replies where warranted we're giving on each one of those questions. Some of the, to me, the more salient points in the concerns was erosion and sediment control. There was concern about the sediments behind the dam. And what will happen with that with dam removal? What is planned is that those sediments will be removed and taken off-site during the dam removal process. There was also a legitimate concern of some parcels on Stony Water Road. They're concerned about the stability of the hillside there. They sit up above the river. And the stability of not only the hillside, but of their homes, too. So our findings to date suggested that a lowering of the river slowly will aid in any compressible soils and should not be a concern. And also, what about any scour, because now it's a new layout of the river, scouring the embankment. And what the engineers found out that there would need to be immediate vegetation of the embankments. And then certainly after the project is complete, vegetation growing in that area. Now, I just want to fast forward a little bit to what is planned on this particular item, the erosion and sediment control. In our estimations of what we need to do, we're going to do additional geotechnical investigations in that location to verify these concerns. The other major item in the comments section was about the environment. that it's not environmentally friendly because you have this established ecosystem in the impoundment that's been there for quite a long time. And now with the dam removal, everything is going to change. And what I want to read at this moment is an answer that was in that appendix because of this concern. And it's far-reaching. So let me read this from the feasibility report. The presence of a dam is a major human-induced ecological factor that helps to determine the types of animal species that occur in and adjacent to the impounded reach, as well as their distribution and abundance. Dam removal will cause change, which will decrease habitat for some species while benefiting other species which prefer free-flowing, riparian, and wetland habitat. Many removals have occurred throughout the Northeast and the nation, and the changes that result from returning a river to a free-flowing condition universally have been welcomed by ecologists and resource managers involved in those projects, since they tend to favor native and sustainable ecological processes and have demonstrable benefits. The impacts and benefits of dam removal have been documented in both peer-reviewed and gray literature. The removal of the Great Dam, which happened in 2016, and subsequent restoration of the Exeter River's ecosystem has been considered successful by many stakeholders. Quantitative analysis has shown increased fish passage upstream of the dam and improved water quality. And I also want to add that the dam removal project has many supporters from environmental agencies and organizations. And some of those are the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department, the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Service Watershed Assistance Section, the New Hampshire DES Coastal Program, New Hampshire DES Dam Bureau with Dam Removal and Restoration Program, the Piscataqua Region Estuaries Partnership, the Kawasuk Band of the Pennacook Abenaki People, Conservation Law Foundation, Exeter Conservation Commission, and the Coastal Conservation Association of New Hampshire. So after that feasibility was completed, this was mentioned previously in May of 2024, the River Advisory Committee voted for dam removal. And the Select Board, again, in June of 2024, unanimous vote for dam removal. So that ended some discussions back in June. And with the Select Board vote, there was also, okay, go put a capital project together for dam removal and start trying to find funds for the project. So in December, at the town library, we had a public information session that talked about this. There was the recap of the feasibility study. There's also the reinforcement of the dam removal as a chosen option, and talked about the funding search. And again, there was an opportunity for interested people to ask questions about the project. At the end of that meeting, prior to the end of that meeting, there was these 3 breakout sessions, one for engineering and design, another for environmental and permitting, and then a third one for erosion and sediment control. One of the items that we would need to do for the project is to gather a bunch of permits. And some of those permits are New Hampshire DES Wetlands Permit, U.S. Army Corps of Engineering 404 Clean Water, New Hampshire DES Water Quality Certifications in Section 401, New Hampshire DES Shoreland Water Quality Protection Act, New Hampshire DES Alteration of Terrain, New Hampshire DES Dam Bureau and Safety Review, and then also a Cultural Resources Section 106 National Preservation Act of how to mitigate the removal of Pickpocket Dam. And then lastly, after it's all done, we'd have to do the FEMA floodplain mapping in a letter of map revisions. And I say that so that when I get to the schedule, that you'll know that there's a lot to be done still. So to date, starting from the beginning at the letter of deficiency asking for a breach analysis, the town has spent of their own money about $362,000. That doesn't account for the $140,000 that we got through the coastal program or the stormwater SRF. So this article is for funds to cover the design, the permitting. I read a lot of those permits, construction, and also the post-construction activities. And the post-construction activities are this idea of adaptive management, where you go in, you move things around because they're not quite as what you think you ought to be having, and how to adjust that. Monitoring, and also that FEMA floodplain. So the schedule, design and permitting, once funded, let's assume it does get funded this year, will take until the end of 2026 to get through the design and permitting costs. I mean, the design and permitting process. The construction then would be bid at the very beginning of 2027, and construction starting most likely July 1st of 2027. And why I say that is with the dam removal project too, with the fry, the young alewives and stuff like that need time to maneuver in the river. So the completion of the project will be by December of 2027, which coincides with the request for action that says the town needs to complete this project by 2027. That was a long-winded insert from talking about the grants. Now I'll talk about the grants. The first one was the Great Bay 2030 Initiative. This is private funding for the health of Great Bay. The town put in an application for that, and we were notified on January 16th that the work group, the Great Bay Habitat Restoration Work Group that was rating these proposals, that was accepted for funding. Still have to go through and get funds approved later on from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation for the use of those funds. Just a couple weeks ago, January 9th, the town submitted a full application for 100% of project costs to the Coastal Zone Management, Habitat Protection, and Restoration Competition. We supplied a letter of intent back in August of 2024. We were invited for a full application on October, and we got that application in now. And the next grant is the NOAA Restoring Fish Passage Through Barrier Removal Grant. And this was the one that was applied for back in 2023 in October. This one is around again, and it has a application deadline of this coming February 10th. And with that, I think I'm done for the moment.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you. That was very informative. Are there folks here up on the stage who would like to speak, or shall we go to the voters who are in line? Going to the voters, please step to the podium. Please wave your card at me and tell me your name and your address.
Hi, Paul Friedrichs. I'm at 9 Newfields Road.
Thank you.
I am not against this proposal, and I acknowledge that something has to be done, and it's the cheapest alternative. My question really pertains to funding both of this project and the prior article we just passed, that because the state of New Hampshire is in financial distress, for example, Fish and Game was mentioned, and they can't even come up with their own funding, let alone contribute to any of our projects, and with the federal government in the process of being deconstructed with a particular de-emphasis on any environmental concerns. For example, NOAA was mentioned a couple times as a source for grants, and the Trump administration has announced they intend to disband NOAA. My question is whether any discussion has been held or is planned on being held, what to do with these projects if no state or federal funding comes. I'm glad that the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation is behind us, but I don't think they're going to fund the entire project. What we do with both this and the prior article, if we're asking the taxpayers to fund 100% of both projects, and what kind of delay we might build into that, waiting for maybe a change of climate, as it were. Thank you.
Is there someone up on the stage who'd like to respond to that point?
I believe Paul in his presentation said that we have to complete the dam removal project by the end of 2027. So if there are no grants to be had, we will move forward, and the taxpayers will fund it. We are under an obligation to do something. In regard to the previous article, I don't think there's any grant funding built into that. I could be wrong. If there is, it's not a 100% scenario. So again, I think it would move forward. Just to kind of address the broader context, we've always been on our own here in this municipality, in this state. To say that the current environment and climate would impact us greatly, that's probably true, but we've always been resilient and self-sufficient as a municipality, and I believe we will continue to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to point out, in case anyone was curious, that with regard to accepting grants, the Town of Exeter and the Select Board have the legal authority to accept any grants for any project to offset tax dollars. So there doesn't need to be specific authorization in a warrant article or something like that for the town to be able to accept a grant. So they're out there busy seeking all the grants. Mr. Manager?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Russell Dean, Town Manager. I just wanted to point out that Article 3 is actually for that particular article, the funding source are water funds and not taxpayer dollars. So there is a difference between the funding sources between Article 3 and Article 4. And I would also let you know that we are in the midst of doing an analysis on the federal grant memorandums that are coming down from the federal government, and we are going to talk about that at the Select Board meeting on Monday night to give a better perspective on just how much in federal funds we are being allotted and what kind of impacts it may have on us locally. I can tell you a little bit of a preview because I know the budget's coming up. It does not impact our operating budget, but we certainly have several capital projects in the millions that rely on federal funds that flow through the state to us.
Thank you. Next voter, please.
Hi, I'm Catherine Edison, 12 Connie Road, Exeter.
Thank you.
I would like to propose an amendment regarding the cost to this article to see that the town will not raise or appropriate any funds or issue any bonds for the removal of Pickpocket Dam in the current budget cycle. The town may proceed with any efforts or appeal the hazard classification of the dam, seek funding for removal of modification of the dam, or and plan for future actions to address state requirements related to the dam. And I would like to speak to that article.
That amendment?
Pardon?
That amendment?
Yes.
Okay, could you bring that down so that the clerk and I can have it, please?
Yes, I have it up in. where-
Okay, we need it in writing before we have a discussion about it.
Okay, right here.
Because this is a bond issue and they're complicated, you've got a blessing to go ahead and talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you. So Exeter's interest in removing the Pickpocket Dam stems not only.
Madam Moderator, point of order.
Yes. Sorry.
I believe we need a second.
We need a second to discuss it. All right, and your name, sir? Last name, please?
Latiner.
Okay, and spell that for me?
Lateiner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So Exeter's interest in removal of the Pickpocket Dam stems not from any identified environmental issues, but rather from the financial requirement imposed by an assessment of the dam's hazard status by the New Hampshire DES. While we agree that the town of Exeter does have a requirement to respond to the high hazard designation that has been applied to the dam by DES, that designation is provably misapplied, resulting in an engineering design standard and related costs that are well above what should be required to bring the dam into compliance. The town has repeatedly failed to act on clear evidence presented to it that this designation status has been incorrectly applied and should be appealed as allowed under section in ENV WR 303.03. Appeal of classification is in the DES rules governing management of existing dams. The high hazard designation was based on a dam breach analysis report produced by its contractor, VHB, on December 9th, 2019. Review of data from this same report clearly shows that the proper designation and design standard for the dam should be a 100-year storm and not the 1,000-year storm standard, which must withstand more than 2.5 times the volume of water from a 100-year storm. The presence and/or failure of the Pickpocket Dam in the 1,000-year storm would be irrelevant given the volume of water. As a result, all engineering solutions presented to date are vastly over-designed and overpriced compared to the modest changes needed at the 100-year level, which the dam has already withstood in the 2006 Mother's Day flood. The rushed and closed process to date has resulted in the town's inability to obtain grant funding for this project thus far, placing the full burden on the town. We, the taxpayers, should not be funding the flawed project when a simple appeal using existing data could correct the underlying mistake and greatly reduce the cost and local impacts of the project. This is particularly true given the current fiscal challenges we are facing. The town has several years in which to address the DES concerns and should use this time to revisit and revise their plans. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Is there someone else who wishes to speak to this? We're discussing the amendment, so if you're talking more about the general article, then maybe we'll have you wait until we're done with the amendment, but if you want to speak to the amendment, go right ahead.
No, I didn't want to speak.
Okay, then we'll let you keep your place in line. Thank you.
I'd like to speak in support of the amendment.
Mr.
Donald Latiner.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
In support of the amendment, I do not think that tax dollars, whether there are Exeter tax dollars or state of New Hampshire tax dollars or federal tax dollars, should be used to destroy this dam, which is on a space that's been dammed since 250 years ago, not merely just a long time, but a very long time. I'd like to know from the city whether a city attorney has appealed the somewhat bizarre high hazard dam. I happen to live between the Pickpocket Dam and the Riverwoods community, so I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place at the moment, where a 1,000-year test is being applied to the dam, where the special exception test was not passed by the Riverwoods community. I feel there's going to be construction projects before and behind me on Split Rock Road. I'd like to know what else gets a 1,000-year exam in Exeter other than the Pickpocket Dam, and maybe the city can answer that. I'd like to know whether the ecological investigation of upriver has gone all the way up to Haight Road, and I guess I may have missed it, but I haven't seen the document which specifies what damage to wildlife, plants, and animals will occur. There's no free money to say we're applying for grants. So far, none have been accepted. Even if they are accepted, it's a lot of money to tear down something where I've not heard a good argument why it should be torn down at all. So I support the amendment, which is that no money be spent or sought to be spent on tearing down this dam, and an active attempt to get a different evaluation of the dam be attempted, both legally and in terms of engineering. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the answers to my question.
Thank you. Is there someone who would like to address this? I see Mr. Vlasic coming over. Thank you.
I have a couple of clarifications. I don't know if I have all of the answers. Number one, the process. The process followed the protocols established by the Dam Bureau for doing a breach analysis. Those were followed. The conclusions were reported through the engineering study by our consultant. From that data, New Hampshire DES then changed the hazard classification. I want to pause with the hazard classification here because there was a new storm event that I didn't mention earlier that is mentioned by the last two folks. And that was this 1,000-year storm event. And I just want to tell you what that is about. During the study, when we had the high hazard classification, the designation of what the flow that we had to pass over the dam was 2.5 times 100-year storm event. Since the time of the feasibility study, the Dam Bureau has been changing the storm events required for a high hazard dam. Now, currently, it's not 2.5 times 100-year storm event, it's the 1,000-year storm event. So I just want to put in context what that 1,000-year storm event is. So this question was asked, sorta, in that information session in December that was at the town library. And in attendance at that time was actually the DES Dam Bureau engineer that reviewed the breach analysis. And his conclusion was, based on the report and the hydraulic calculations that were performed by our consultant, that it is a correct rating for it. And then also, after that designation of high hazard, there was also an appeal period that expired 30 days after that classification was done. So even if there was one, it is long passed on that. So all of the analysis then went with the current regulations and the anticipated storm events. And I don't know if I missed any of the other ones. Was it reviewed legally? I don't know. I do know that it was reviewed by DES, and it was concurrent with their rules and regulations.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? Yes, thank you.
David Kovar, 38 Cross Road.
Thank you.
Card. 38 Cross Road is immediately below the dam, and I've got a direct view out at the dam. I have kayaked and canoed and swum above the dam. I've walked all the way down to town along the river. I've lived in California where there's a lot of dam issues and water issues, and so I've got a sort of emotional and practical approach to all this sort of stuff. One of those practical approaches to this is that I've been involved in some way or another in this conversation for, I think, over 3 years, and this process has been going on for longer than I've been involved in it, in terms of how do we manage this, how do we get funds, all of that. At some point, you've got to act. At some point, you've got to say, this is what we've decided on, that all the appropriate processes have been examined. And so, if you're late to the conversation, I'm deeply sympathetic. But the information is out there. There are all these things that have been videoed, they've been published, the documentation does exist. And almost everybody involved is available to have conversations as well. If there's a desire to go explore additional opportunities, such as, hey, can we change the rating on this dam, by all means, go explore that opportunity. But let's not pause what we've already done. An enormous number of people put a lot of work into getting us where we are in terms of getting the information out there and doing the research and all that sort of thing. And I am very much in favor of continuing with this particular process to get in front of the voters to say, are we going to remove the dam or not? End of statement.
Just a reminder, the question is, are we going to have a bond to remove the dam?
Correct.
Because the removal vote has already been taken, and that's not subject to change by the voters.
I apologize.
That's
yes.
okay, just keeping us
And
focused.
just to clarify, based on what you just said, yes. How are we going to go out paying for this?
Exactly.
Correct.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Oh, okay, Mr. Vlasic.
We're talking about the change the rating on the dam. One of the things I brushed over when I was talking was there's an effort in the feasibility study to find out what would need to happen to change the rating on the dam. And again, the rating is because of impacts downstream. I mentioned that the low hazard rating of a 50-year storm event cannot be adequately passed at the current Pickpocket Dam. We would need to do a dam improvement there, or a modification of some sort, plus the low-level discharge gate does not work at all. There was also the reference to the 100-year storm event, which would be a significant hazard. And that would be the total minimum that we could possibly do, because still that breach analysis showed that the surge of water going downstream overtops Kingston Road, Route 111, the state road. So that would be, if other issues are fixed, the requirement. Now, if we can't adequately pass a 50-year storm event now, we won't be able to pass a 100-year storm event either, and so you'll still be looking at a dam modification project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're still on the amendment. Did you wish to speak to that?
Still on the amendment.
Yes.
Jim Breeling, 7 Nelson Drive, Exeter.
Thank you.
I've been attending the various town meetings, both at the River Advisory Committee, the Conservation Commission, and the Select Board for about 20 months, about 8 meetings altogether. I've read the material on the web. It's probably close to 700 pages of science and studies. And what I urge people in this auditorium to do is to vote no on the amendment. The process was not rushed. It's played out over several years. It was not closed. There was a lot of opportunity for public comment. Some of the comments are reiterated in this amendment as a way of delaying the town of Exeter from taking what I think is appropriate action, rather than resolving the issue. And I just wanted to mention the fact that delaying the decision, voting for the amendment, would involve probably the town having to spend more money. They've already spent $300,000. You would have to hire lawyers. You would have to have another contracting company come in and do an independent additional analysis of the water flow and the condition of the dam and all this, and the all in an attempt to come up with a different answer than what we've already spent money on to arrive at, which is that the dam poses a high hazard risk and removing it is the lowest cost option. And the other factor here in delaying the decision, not only in spending additional time and effort hiring lawyers and contractors to arrive at a different result, would be that if we eventually then decide we should take the dam out, but it's 2028 or 2029, construction costs will be up. We've already seen, there are other warrant articles here that talk about delay in construction costs and how that adds to the financial problem. And so we're not being fiscally prudent to delay the decision on the dam. I would urge voting no on the amendment.
Thank you. Is there anyone, Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Russell Dean, Town Manager. I just wanted to make the point that we've been advised by our environmental legal counsel that the appeal period expired 30 days after the high hazard classification was made. So that is, and the environmental town council has also reviewed the determination in accordance with DES rules for legality and has concurred with the proposed approach that we're taking on the project.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on the amendment? Yes, thank you.
Nick Drinker on 26 Franklin Street in Exeter. Before I begin, I want to thank again the Select Board and especially you, Nico, for honoring my wife, Susan Drinker. I gave her a quick phone call and she is humbled and very gratified to have the recognition. I am someone who lives on the Exeter River. And we can debate a 100-year measurement, a 1,000-year. Look, better to be safe than sorry. I say the town has done its due diligence in the standard at the 1,000-year, and as someone living on the river, better to be safe than sorry. Let's do it right. So that measurement makes a lot of sense to me. I have all the faith in the world that the pickpocket will be disassembled in a safe and thorough manner, the way it was with the Great Dam. So, you know, we can't push this down the road and hope that it goes away on its own. It's mandated we do something. Let's keep it at $2.1 million, and let's have a high standard so people along the river know that their homes are going to be safe with a dam, a 200-year-old dam, thank you very much, that's going to be taken down very carefully and have a free-flowing river. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak on the amendment? Yes.
My name is Mo Shore. I live at 1 Runaway Road in Exeter. I moved here in 2016. My children were grown up, so I don't have any children in the school system. This is my first time in this lovely high school. Yet I have no problem paying taxes that go towards the schools. I have a well and a septic system, so I don't pay any taxes that go towards water in the town. But I have no problem paying taxes for those services because I know they benefit so many people. Taking down the dam benefits no one. Driving here was a higher hazard than the dam will prove to be for anyone for the next 100 or maybe 1,000 years. The town has applied for and did not receive a grant. There's nothing that says or convinces me that any new application, especially given one of my fellow citizens who pointed out the change in the climate, that applying for any grants now will be any more fruitful. The cost over the period of time that I've been following this, which is about 1.5 years as well, has increased from tearing down the dam at a $1 million price tag to now $2.1 million. As taxpayers, it's up to us, and that's what this meeting is about, really, to prioritize. I think the town should question once again the high hazard classification and that the town not pay, through taxpayers probably, $2 million on a project that benefits no one.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Well, I think we can just go ahead and vote on it because I don't see anyone else who has any comments at this point. So instead of voting on a motion to call the question, we're going to vote on the amendment. Would you like that to be read again so you know what you're voting on? Okay. Time for glasses. Okay. Essentially, what this does is strike out all of the existing text of the current warrant article, substitute the dollar figure $0 for the $2,100,000, and the text will now read, "To see that the town will not raise or appropriate any funds or issue any bonds for the removal of the Pickpocket Dam in the current budget cycle. The town may proceed with any efforts to appeal the hazard classification of the dam, seeking funding for removal or modification of the dam, and plan for future actions to address state requirements related to the dam. Majority vote required." Okay, I think we're ready to vote now. All in favor of the amendment? We'll see how this looks. If we need you to stand up, we will ask you to do so. Everyone in favor, hold your cards up high and keep them up while we count. All in favor of the amendment? I was not voting. I was just demonstrating. How many did you get? All right, all of those opposed to the amendment, please raise your cards high. Okay, well, it's clear that the amendment does not pass. Thank you very much. All right, we will go on to the next comment on this warrant article.
David Kovar, 38 Crossroad. 2 points have been previously raised, to address 2 points previously raised. First of all, there are real risks to a dam failure. You can look at all sorts of videos and studies of dams failing all around the world. I personally went to Tajikistan a number of years ago and looked at an entire village that was wiped out by a dam failure. Everybody was under quite a few tens of feet of silt, and they were unrecoverable. That will not happen in Exeter. We don't have that much silt backed up. We don't have that sort of dam. But if that dam were to fail, 111 could be impassable for some period of time. There are also possibilities that if you have enough debris backed up behind the dam when it fails, that the road at Crossroad, the bridge at Crossroad would fail. Because as the volume of water increases, I believe the pressure goes up on obstacles by about a cube. So the forces are almost unimaginable. That's one. Two, financial. Every time we kick this down the road, it gets more expensive. People have noticed that the cost was some number of years ago, 1 million or so about. Now it's up above 2 million. If we kick this down the road for another 3 years, the cost will go up. There's no question about that. And doing so will affect current residents in terms of taxes and future residents. There's also a little bit of an emotional risk. There's a risk of fatigue. There's a risk of everybody continuing to argue about something that everybody has a good viewpoint, or everybody has a valid viewpoint, or everybody has a viewpoint that needs to be listened to. Everybody involved has spent an enormous amount of time listening, and anybody who's coming here and standing up in front of a microphone or any other meeting, I commend you for doing so. It's really important, and it does take a lot of effort to be able to stand up in front of a bunch of people and say, hey, look, I disagree, or I want to change something. So really support all those people. But at some point, we need to make a decision, and we need to get on with it. To the point about the current status of the state government and the federal government, governments are going to come and go, and they're always going to be challenging. Current environment is challenging to an extreme, and it's a little bit of a cliche, but you got to think globally and act locally. I'm very concerned about what's happening globally and federal, state levels, but what I can do is act locally, and I can say that it's really important for us to find a way to proceed with removing the dam. It's the right thing for the environment, it's the right thing for the taxpayers, and I hate having taxpayers have to pay for yet another thing, particularly given the current assessment problem. But if we don't pay for it now, we're going to pay more for it later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Yes, your name, sir?
Hi, Fred Bird, 84 Kingston Road. I live 200 yards from the Exeter River.
Go Bruins.
Excuse me?
Go Bruins.
Oh, thank you. I've been living in Exeter for 40 years. I'm not really too concerned with the cost. It's 6 cents on $1,000. They said it would double if we fixed it. That's 12 cents. We just bought a new rec center for, I think, $1 million. We're going to fix it. We're putting a rotary in. Town spends a lot of money on a lot of things. I'm going to go a different way, not money. So I use all the trails in town. I use the woods, and I use the Exeter River for 40 years. When they took out the Great Dam, I was like, okay, well, I can still use up the other end of the dam. No, I can't. I fish with my grandkids and my kids on the Exeter River, and I think it's going to be sad to lose it. It's a wonderful waterway to canoe, fish, cross-country ski, and snowshoe. After Great Dam came down and it was removed, I can no longer put my canoe in on Linden Street or Gilman Park any longer because it's full of rocks. Maybe you can go out there on a good day when it rains, but you can't fish there anymore. My grandkids can't even fish in front of the cannon anymore because you used to be able to fish in that little cove. There's no water. It's all vegetation now. I can't even bring my grandkids there anymore. I'm disappointed that the townspeople weren't given the option to vote for one of the 3 repairs. If we put the spillway in, it's going to cost 12 cents on 1,000 instead of 6 cents to rip it out. So I'm sad that the board decided to take it out. As far as future repairs, the next article, Article 5, we're going to be spending $1.2 million to fix the Linden Street Bridge for those of you who haven't lived here long. We just put that in. So after 400 years, I think all the fish have found a new place to live. And I would ask the townspeople to vote no on this warrant article. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak to this article?
Jim Breeling, 7 Nelson Drive. In the material that's available on the web, the removal option calculated with the inflation for construction costs estimated in 2027 is $2.1 million. In the material, it's actually $1.5 million for dam removal. Most of the options that repair the dam to try and match the design standard that the DES is telling us we have to meet are in the $5 to $6 million range now, and in 2027 would be higher. So let's be clear that this is the least costly effective option for Exeter taxpayers, and I urge people to vote yes on Article 4.
Thank you very much. It looks like we don't have any more comments. Anyone from the stage wish to make any final comments? Okay. Thank you very much. That warrant article will appear on the ballot without any changes. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, is there a motion to restrict reconsideration on this article? And that's made by... Got it. Is there a second? Second by Bob Pryor. Okay. All in favor of restricting reconsideration of this warrant article, please raise your cards high. Thank you. All against? Looks like the ayes have it. This will not be reconsidered during this meeting. Thank you. Okay, now we can move on. And we are on Article 5. I feel like we should get to the 7th inning stretch, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, this is Article 5, the Linden Street Bridge repairs, $1,257,900, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,257,900 for the purpose of making repairs to the Linden Street Bridge and to authorize the issuance of not more than $1,257,900 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon, and the maturity and other terms thereof, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto, debt service to be paid from the general fund, estimated tax impact assuming a 10-year bond at 2.72 interest would be 5 cents per thousand or $5 per 100,000 of assessed property value. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. 3/5 ballot vote required for approval. This was recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Mr. Papakos-Dantis, would you like to speak to this?
Madam Moderator?
Yes.
Mr. Cronin was going to speak.
Oh, first, sorry. Where's Mr. Cronin? We should have given you some warning. This is our Director of DPW.
Thank you, Steve Cronin, Public Works Director. So this timber bridge was originally built in 1993. We've had some issues with settlement on the approaches and the abutment walls. Our design engineers originally gave us an estimate back in 2022 of roughly $605,000 for the repairs. We went out to bid in December of 2023, and the bids that we received were significantly higher than that estimate. As I mentioned, it's a timber bridge, so our repair options are fairly limited, but we have adjusted our bid estimate for those results and the cost of inflation, and the total needed to complete the project at this point now is $1.2579 million. We estimate with this repairs that the expected life of the bridge will be an additional 50 years.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments about this warrant article? Seeing none, this will appear on the ballot without change. Thank you very much. And we can move on to Article 6, DPW Fuel Island Station Replacement, $575,000. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $575,000 for the purpose of replacing the Fuel Island Station at the DPW complex at 13 Newfields Road, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $575,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. Debt service to be paid from the general fund, estimated tax impact, assuming a 5-year bond at 2.89% interest, 4 cents per thousand or $4 per 100,000 of assessed property value. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. 3/5 ballot vote required for approval. Recommended by the Select Board, 5-0. Is there anyone who wishes to ask a question from the audience? I don't think we have a specific presentation on that, but is there any interest or question? Seeing none, we will move on, and this will appear on the ballot without any changes. Thank you. Do we want to do a motion for restricting reconsideration of any of these articles? I don't see one. Okay, we will proceed. All right. The next is Article 7. Whoa, 7th inning stretch. Okay, everybody can stand up and stretch if they want to. You can also take a break at any time if you need to step out for a comfort break. But if not, we will just plow through because we've got 30 more articles to go. Okay, Article 7, Street Sweeper, $395,000, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $395,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new street sweeper to be used to meet EPA nitrogen reduction permit requirements and the implementation of an enhanced sweeping program, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $395,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other terms thereof, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, and other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any other action, or to pass any other vote relative thereto. Debt service to be paid from the general fund, estimated tax impact assuming a 5-year bond at 2.89% interest would be 3 cents per 100,000 or $3 per $100,000 of assessed property value. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. 3/5 ballot vote required for approval, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Are there any questions from the voters or comments? Yes, I see a voter.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Bob Pryor, 16 Pickpocket Road. A question about the previous 4, this one and the previous 3. I noted that we have on Article 4 a 15-year bond, on Article 5 a 10-year bond, and on Articles 6 and 7, 5-year bonds. A question from anyone on the stage. What is the difference? How is it we determine the age of the bond and therefore the interest rate that is paid? Thank you.
Who would like to address that question? Town Manager, thank you.
Thank you. Typically, what we do is we review the cost of the project, and we look at our debt service schedules, and we try to work with the best years in terms of the years of the bond, the best length of the bond based upon the project cost and our debt service schedules. So the idea is to smooth out the debt service over time.
So debt service, I believe, refers to the bonds that we are already obligated to be paying back. So we do have other bonds that are already outstanding.
That's correct.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on Article 7, Street Sweeper? Seeing none, we will move on. That article will appear on the ballot without changes. Article 8, use of excess bond proceeds, Front Pine and Linden Street sewer and drainage repairs, $250,000. Shall the town vote to authorize the expenditure of a portion of the Pardon? I'm sorry, is there... Okay, so sorry. Oh, we need to move forward on the... Okay, thank you. Where were we? Shall the town vote to authorize the expenditure of a portion of the unused bonds approved in 2021 for Salem Street area water, sewer, drainage, road improvements, and utility replacements as follows? To raise and appropriate the sum of $250,000 for the purpose of making sewer repairs on Pine, Front, and Linden Streets and making repairs to drainage systems on Pine, Front, and Linden Streets per RSA 33:3-A, Roman 2, estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation, 3/5 ballot vote required for approval, recommended by the Select Board, 5-0. Ms. Gilman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm used to being at my committee meetings. Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is a fairly easy project, or not project, but a fairly easy article that will cost the taxpayers no money to proceed and finish the project. We have excess proceeds from our bonds that were previously approved in 2021 for the Salem Street water and sewer project. We're going to use those excess funds to pay for what we found at Pine Front and Linden Street while doing the, the investigation for proceeding with the roundabout. We found that the pipes were in not as good a condition as we had expected, so we need to do that work first so we don't have to do the roundabout and then dig it up again to do the water and sewer or drainage. So the money that this is being proposed to come from the bond proceeds is being used for the same type of work, and it will not be paid or use any water and sewer funds because we can fully fund the Front Pine and Linden Street project from the Salem Street project.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on Article 8? Seeing none, it will appear on the ballot without changes. Okay, moving to Article 9. Use of excess bond proceeds, Clemson Lagoon cleaning and inspection, $500,000. Shall the town vote to authorize the expenditure of a portion of the unused bonds approved in 2021 for wastewater lagoon sludge removal? Sounds great. As follows: to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 for the purpose of inspecting, cleaning, and dredging of Clemson Lagoon per RSA 33:3-A, Roman 2, estimated tax impact none, no amount will be raised by taxation, 3/5 ballot vote required for approval, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This project is very similar to the previous one in that the funding is coming from excess bonds from the Clemson Lagoon cleaning and being put towards the Clemson Lagoon repair and cleaning and dredging. Sorry. No amount will be raised by taxation or water and sewer funds. The new project to clean and review the combined sewer overflow barrels at Clemson Lagoon will be paid in full by the bond proceeds that we are voting on.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. We're up to Article 10. Are we keeping pace? That's great. Use of excess bond proceeds, wastewater treatment facility, effluent flume repair, $245,000. Shall the town vote to authorize the expenditure of a portion of the unused bonds approved in 2021 for wastewater lagoon sludge removal as follows: to raise and appropriate the sum of $245,000 for the purpose of repairing the effluent flume at the wastewater treatment facility at 13 Newfields Road, per RSA 33:3-A, Roman 2. Estimated tax impact none. No amount will be raised by taxation. 3/5 ballot vote required for approval, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This article is similar to the previous two, as well as goes the financing of them. We had previously voted for the wastewater lagoon sludge removal, and now we want to continue that with the existing wastewater treatment, or the original wastewater treatment facility that we tried to upgrade with some spray to keep the etching of the process off the water sewer area. That didn't work, and we need to repair it further and well. So the amount of money that we're asking for is to go towards a new project, and again, there will be no tax impact and no water sewer impact because the new project will be paid for by the previous project. And if 8, 9, and 10 all pass, then in 2025, using the debt service from 8 and 9, then the principal debt on this project will be 0. So it's kind of free money. You've already paid for it, I should say.
Thank you very much. Any questions on Article 10? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without changes. Yes, sir. Okay, there is a motion to restrict reconsideration of all previous articles. Is there a second? Who's a name? Let's see. First name was Anthony Swan. Okay, and second, I see Bob Pryor again, so that's easy. Oh, Herb Moyer, there we go. Mr. Moyer, thank you. Okay, all in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All against restricting reconsideration, lift your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. This is going to be restricted for any further reconsideration at this meeting. Thank you. Now we're moving on to Article 11. We do not need to discuss that one. It's just choosing town officers, which we get to do on March 11. And we can move to the big one, which is the Article 12, 2025 operating budget. Shall the town of Exeter raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $23,983,368. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $23,441,313, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Exeter or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13 Roman 10 and Roman 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated tax impact is 27 cents per thousand of assessed property value, or $27 per 100,000 of assessed property value. A majority vote is required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. There's a presentation to be loaded on for this one. Bob, thank you very much. So this is the operating budget of the town for the ensuing year for FY25, and we're at deliberative session, so away we go. Just a few comments about the budget process. It's a very transparent process. It starts in August and September of each year, where the planning board reviews and adopts the CIP. And then town departments prepare the preliminary budget and submit it to the town manager. After that, it goes over to the select board and the budget recommendations committee for review. The budget recommendations committee meets in October and November and reviews the budgets and makes recommendations to the select board. Select board then take the budget in the month of December and finalize it for the budget hearings in January. And February 1st, here we are at deliberative session to discuss the budget further. The town warrant, there's 3 separate operating budget articles. There's the general fund, the water fund, and the sewer fund. The warrant articles for the operating budget are in the required format under the RSA, and each budget has its own default budget. The CIP financial articles stand alone for a separate vote on the warrant. And the warrant's posted on or before January 27th, 2025, and that was done as it customarily is. There's the verbiage on the warrant article. On the general fund operating budget history, just a brief history, looking back at the last few years, the current budget, the FY25 budget, is proposed at $23,983,368. That compares to $22,868,62 in the prior year. We just had a revaluation, as many of you know, so our tax rate is now $4.20 per thousand, and that's down from $6.23 in 2023. And it's important to know that the town makes up approximately 23% of the tax bill. So the rest is schools and county and state education tax. This year, the budget is a 4.91% increase, or $1,122,506 over the FY24 budget, and it includes all of these different departments that you can read in the town government structure. The largest 3 departments are police, fire, and EMS, and DPW. These budgets make up approximately 64% of the total general fund operating budget. This year in the budget, the wages, there's a step adjustment of 3% for eligible non-union employees. That will be paid in the first pay period in July. And union contracts are subject to approval as separate warrant articles, and those are coming up later in the warrant. In terms of benefits, one thing that really hit our budget this year was health insurance. It increased 18.7% for all plans, and the employee contributions are listed there as well. So the employees do contribute to their health insurance in varying percentages by employee group. Retirement costs are also up $60,000 this year in the budget. That is a result of payroll changes, and the actual assessment for retirement is going down, but the cost of retirement overall is going up. Some department highlights. The town manager's budget is carrying the assistant town manager position, now budgeted 100% in the town manager budget. So that overall budget increase is reflected there, 45.9%. The human resources department is being changed by a request for a full-time human resources director. Currently, the assistant town manager serves as the human resources director, but in a review that we had of a management study, determined that the assistant town manager and human resources director should really be separate functions. So they've been broken up in this particular budget, and a full-time human resources director is being requested as part of the FY25 budget. Information technology is up $84,461, and that's mainly due to a movement of public safety contracts for computers over from the public safety side to the IT side. Town clerk budget is actually decreased this year due to changes in benefits of $37,864, or 8.2%, so they're under budget from FY24. The elections registration budget, there's only one election in FY25 versus 4 in FY24, so that budget is decreased as well. Finance, treasurer, tax collection, and assessing, the highlights there, finance is up $37,670, or 10.18%. There's a reduction in audit fees, but an increase in bank fees, a reduction in contract services, but an increase in mobile communications, and an increase in the software agreement. Treasurer is a small budget that's down 1.52%. Tax collection, we have a new tax collector, Donna Bennett, that we got from Hampton, and she's been doing a great job, and that particular budget is up 12.1%. There's an increase in tax billing services and an increase in postage, along with education and training. And then the assessing budget, there's an increase in the contract assessor services, a decrease in postage, decrease in revaluation, but assessing wage increases and benefit increases are there too, for an overall increase of 1.9%. In the planning area, we had a reorganization. The planning director, Dave Sharples, has a new title, land use director, and so he's absorbed some additional reporting responsibilities. So that particular budget is up 9.1% for wages and benefits and 7.97% overall. Economic development is up 7.77%, and then building and code enforcement is actually a decrease of $11,097, or 4%. And then we have several smaller budgets: Conservation Commission, Zoning Board of Adjustment, Historic District Commission, and Heritage Commission. Turning to police, the police budget is up $239,000, $192, or 6.1% over FY24. The full-time wages are up in that department $82,909. Overtime increase of $10,418, or 11.3%. And that budget has a step increase for police association employees built in. We negotiated a new contract, as you'll see in a subsequent article, but there is an increase for the current contract in the current budget. Police benefits increase is $144,674, or 11.2%. And the health insurance increase is $110,159 of that total increase. Turning to fire. Fire wages are increased $61,477, or 2.5%, and the benefits increase is 2.7%, or $38,209. One note in this budget in the expenses is there's a one-year reduction in protective equipment of $33,082, and that is because the ARPA funds have paid for a one-time purchase of fire protective equipment for our firefighters, so that money does not need to be in the FY25 budget. The fire overall budget increase is $48,203, or 1.1% over FY24. Dispatch. Wages increase $18,881, or 6.9%. Health insurance increase is 8.5%, and the overall budget increase is 6.4% over FY24. In fire, the health budget, the wages increased are $58.47, benefits increase of $9.49, total budget increase 10% over FY24. Turning to public works. In DPW admin and engineering, wage increases are 9.1%, and the overall budget increase is $40,552, or 7.07%. In highways and streets, the wage increases are 1.7%, but again, most of the additional cost of wages for highways and streets will be in a subsequent article in the collective bargaining agreements. Highway road paving has been increased to $625,000, with additional paving in 2025 to be funded through previously received state aid. So we do have some state aid that will apply to the paving budget to augment the $625,000 that is there. Then the highways and streets overall budget increase is $117,288, or 5.86% over FY24. Turning to snow and ice, the FY25 budget is an actual decrease, $25,185,000, or 8% under FY24, and that is due mainly to we have moved some money to the snow and ice deficit fund, so we've lowered that budget by the $25,000 and moved $25,000 over to the snow and ice deficit fund to help pay for that budget. Solid waste, this is a big budget driver, the increase in disposal and recycling contract. That's 9.4% over FY24, over $100,000. That is not contained in the default budget as well, so that's something to know. The solid waste budget is an increase in blue bags of 53.8%, and there's an increase in supplies, and the overall budget increase is $163,785, or 11% over FY24, so that's a major budget driver for FY25. DPW streetlights, the FY25 budget is reduced by $22,000, and that's down 13.02% from $169,000 in FY24 to $147,000. That reduction is due to the town purchasing streetlights and replacing them with LED, more energy efficient streetlights, and so we've been able to get some savings there. The DPW stormwater budget is level funded at $92,360, and that helps us meet our mandates under the EPA permit. DPW maintenance, full-time wages increased by 5.3%, benefits reduction of 8.9%. There's an increase in contracted services of $23,500. That is for cleaning of various town buildings. And fire safety expense increase of $9,000, or 60%. A lot of that is to meet audit requirements from the Department of Labor at our various buildings. The overall budget increase in maintenance is 6.34%. Town buildings, electricity, natural gas, building maintenance, water sewer bills. The FY25 budget is $17,021, or a 5.6% increase over the FY24 budget. So our utility costs have remained fairly steady, which is good. The maintenance project budget is level funded at $100,000, and the garage, DPW garage, the increase in full-time wages is 1.5%, increase in benefits of 11.6%, and then the DPW overall budget, garage budget overall increase is 5%. Moving on to Welfare and Human Services, we have a part-time position that voters approved last year in the budget. This is a full year of funding for that position. So it's 12 months of funding at 29 hours per week, and that's an increase of $6,868 to the budget. The direct relief has also been increased because of demand. We've increased the rent category of direct relief, and that's been increased by $25,000. So the overall budget increase for Welfare and Human Services is up 23.4%. Human Service Agency funding is a small increase, $1,675 from FY24, so level at $100,000. The Parks and Recreation budget, that includes the part-time senior coordinator position. That's a new position in the budget this year. It's also being partially funded by a grant from Exeter Hospital and the revolving fund, so that's a position that is aimed to work with our senior population. And the FY25 overall impact of that position is $32,125. And the overall budget increase for Parks and Recreation in the Recreation Division is 17% over FY24. In the Parks budget, the FY25 wages are reduced by $6,170, or 5.8%. The FY25 benefits increased $334. The overall budget is a decrease of 2.2% under FY24. Then in other culture and recreation and special events, we have a fireworks increase of $2,000 to account for increased pricing. There's also public safety details involved in that, and the total budget for that is $36,500. And then the library budget is an increase of 8.1%, or $95,945. Total FY25 budget, $1,281,634. In the debt service area, there's a reduction of $120,699 due to some retirement of debt. The Great Dam removal is one of those projects, and then design and engineering of the rec park is another project whose debt has been retired. So we are able to report a budget of $1,948,573 for debt service. And then general government, there's an increase of $30,000 to account for a fire protection fee. This is the general fund portion of support of the fire suppression system supported by the public water system, and that budget is $130,000. Then general fund vehicle equipment and leases, there's FY25 budget is $230,317. That's a reduction of $18,178 from the FY24 budget due to retirement of leases that have run their course and have expired. The general fund townwide expenses include workers' comp, health buyout, the unemployment, and property liability insurance, and the total FY25 budget is $591,130. That's an increase of $62,695 or 11.9% over the FY24 budget of $528,434. You can see here, these are the different budget categories for the operating budget. Again, looks back at a 3-year window. You can see the FY23 budget here, and the 24 budget, and the 25 budget. Pie chart shows what approximate departments are as a percentage of the whole. You can see our 3 largest departments, again, are police, fire, and public works. In terms of revenues, we have our main sources of revenue, our motor vehicle registration fees, meals and rooms, tax distributions, building permits, blue bag solid waste fees, other department income, investment income, highway block grant aid, and the prior year fund balance. Total revenues that we anticipate being applied to this budget are $8,843,004. And the estimated budget is there as well, you can see. And so the difference in taxes raised from year over year is $15,143,664 in FY25 compared to $14,066,720 in FY24. The default budget. What happens if the operating budget does not pass? If the operating budget does not pass, the default budget goes into effect. And you see there the 3 operating budgets, general fund, water fund, and sewer fund, and what the relationship is between the default budget and the regular budget. This is a look at the default budget. The FY25 operating budget versus the default, you can see that there's a difference in numbers of $542,055 between the default and the operating budget in this coming year. Looking at tax rate projections, the operating budget tax impact is 27 cents per thousand. The default budget tax impact is 12 cents per thousand. Looking at the overall tax rate, the overlay and veterans credits, those add 13 cents to the tax rate. So the budget tax rate projection, including overlay and abatements, overlay and veterans credits, is $4.43 per thousand compared to the 2024 town tax rate of $4.20 per thousand. That assumes a 1% increase in the next net taxable valuation established September of '24. And our latest assessment ratio is 95%. And that is the general fund budget. So if there are questions, we can take questions. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
I'm going to give you this back. Thank you. Thanks very much. Are there any questions on the budget? That was very thorough. Seeing none, that will appear on the warrant without any changes. And now we're getting to lucky article, I believe it's 13. Shall the town of Exeter raise and appropriate a water operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $4,601,337. Should this article be defeated, the water default budget shall be $4,613,401, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the Town of Exeter or by law. A majority vote is required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Mr. Manager.
So our water budget is broken up into programs, and we have 6 major programs. They are administration, water billing, water distribution, water treatment, debt service, and capital outlay. This is the operating and maintenance budget for our water system. It helps run our water treatment plants, as well as the pays for the distribution system and the treatments, as I mentioned. Just some major contributors to the budget in terms of the system, water distribution. We have personnel costs, system maintenance costs, tank maintenance contracts, meter replacements, natural gas, and electric costs of pump stations, pump station maintenance. And then water treatment, we have our O&M costs for our surface and groundwater treatment plants. That includes lagoon cleaning, equipment maintenance, lab supplies and equipment, software licenses, consulting, and other lines. We're seeing a budget there of $1,148,821. The debt service budget in water is debt payments on major capital projects. That includes the water tank project on Epping Road from 2006, still paying for that. The Salem Street Utilities Project, the Larry Lane Groundwater Plant, Washington Street Water Line Replacement, and Groundwater Surface Water Assessment Bond. Groundwater Source Development Project is also part of this budget. The debt service budget is $1,427,932. And then capital outlay, this includes the water system capital needs identified in the CIP. And that includes filter clarifier replacement and maintenance contracts, as well as a rehabilitation of the Gilman Well, Crossroad tank cleaning, and Epping Road mixer replacement. And that is $271,935. And that is it for water.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on the water budget? Seeing none, that will appear on the ballot without change. Article 14, 2025 Sewer Fund Budget. Shall the Town of Exeter raise and appropriate as a sewer operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, with the purposes set forth therein, totaling $8,147,727. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $8,074,074, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the Town of Exeter or by law. Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The sewer budget, like the water budget, is composed of major programs: administration, sewer billing, sewer collection, sewer treatment, debt service, and capital outlay. The administration budget for FY25 is $630,909, and that includes allocations from the general fund of personnel, including public works and general government overhead. The sewer billing is $219,395. Again, combination of billing personnel at Public Works, along with collections personnel that work out of the town offices at 10 Front Street. The sewer collection budget is $729,473, and this includes the collection system personnel, pipe relining, manhole maintenance, pump and control maintenance, electricity for pump and lift stations. The sewer treatment budget includes operating and maintenance costs for the wastewater facility, and that includes 6 full-time operators, an equipment maintenance increase this year of $30,000, reduction of industrial pretreatment chemicals of $3,000. There's a small reduction in solids handling of $25,000, and the FY25 budget is $1.703 million. The debt service on major capital projects, we have the wastewater facility, And we also have the siphons project, as many of you remember, that is coming online for our debt service for the sewer fund. So the overall debt service budget has increased in that manner to $4.675 million. Then the capital outlay, we have a Vector truck lease purchase, a fine bubble aeration blower repair project, and a centrifuge 6,000-hour service project. So the total budget for capital outlay for sewer is $188,936. And this slide shows the relationship again between the general fund proposed budget and the default budget, the water fund proposed budget and default budget, and then the sewer fund proposed budget and the default budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on the sewer fund budget? Seeing none, that article will appear on the ballot without any changes. The next article is Article 15. This is the first of 3 collective bargaining agreements that are going to be discussed. Article 15, collective bargaining agreement with the SEIU Local 1984 and Town of Exeter, to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Select Board and the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union, Local 1984, covering public works and administrative/clerical employees, which calls for the following increased salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. To come from the Water Sewer Fund in 2025, $68,068. From the General Fund, $70,451, for a total of $138,519. For year 2026, from the Water and Sewer Fund, $93,597. From the General Fund, $105,320, for a total of $198,917. And for fiscal year 27, from the Water and Sewer Fund, $61,403. From the General Fund, $80,643, for a total of $142,046. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $138,519 for the 2025 fiscal year, which sum represents the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels. The amount raised will be $70,451 through taxation from the General Fund and $68,068 Water and Sewer Funds as offsetting revenue. Estimated tax impact is 2 cents per thousand, or $2.02 per 100,000 of assessed property value. A majority vote is required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. And who would like to speak to this? Mr. Papakonstantis, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Dean will be available to speak specifically to the 3 articles regarding the collective bargaining agreement, but I just wanted to speak briefly about one of the priorities and the goals and objectives of the Select Board over the last 1.5 to 2 years, and that's on staffing for union and non-union employees. We've prioritized looking at the organization as a whole and really concentrating on retaining staff. As I'm sure you all know, there is a continued labor shortage, which has brought vigorous competition amongst municipalities looking for talent and poaching talent oftentimes. We value our employees. There's a lot of talent that works in this town, and we are doing everything possible we can to retain our employees because of their value and talent, but also because of the significant cost of recruiting, training, and then recruiting and training as people leave. Regarding the collective bargaining agreements that you see here, the first of which Madam Moderator read for the SEIU, and then you're going to see the police and fire, these negotiations started sometime midsummer in July and August. And to put matters in perspective, this year we finally have a full police staff, respectively, and fire staff. We still have 13 openings in Public Works. It's been incredibly hard to recruit folks. Oftentimes, particularly with police and fire, other municipalities have tried to poach and sometimes have been successful with that. So the union negotiations commenced midsummer and concluded probably at the end of the year, early January. The select board was kept updated by the town manager and his executive team along the way, and also soliciting feedback from the board. As you'll see on these three articles, the board did vote unanimously to recommend approval of these. We are confident that these agreements, respectively, are fair to the employees and are also in the best interest of the taxpayers. So with that, Mr. Dean, did you want to speak to the warrant article?
Thank you very much. Mr. Dean?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think the things that come to mind, as the chair mentioned, in these three bargaining agreements that you have before you are, number one, recruitment and retention of employees. It's becoming increasingly more difficult to recruit employees in this labor market, in this environment. So we are looking to do that through working with our unions and working through the collective bargaining process to increase wages to become more competitive. And that is another area where specifically these agreements are looking to become more competitive with our neighbors. We last settled agreements back in 2022, and at that time we had a certain wage scale. We found that that wage scale really no longer applied when we went into our bargaining sessions this past fall, and so we're looking to up those wages to keep ourselves competitive. And then the three-year agreement, we believe that the three-year agreement is a reasonable length of time given our relationship with our unions, and we're proud to be able to have come to a successful conclusion in the bargaining process with them. With that, I'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments about Article 15? Seeing none, that article will appear on the ballot without any changes. Article 16, Collective Bargaining Agreement, Exeter Police Association and Town of Exeter, to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the three-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Select Board and the Exeter Police Association, which calls for the following increased salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. Year 1, fiscal year 25, estimated salary and benefits increase, $133,009. Year 2, fiscal year 26, $225,307. And for fiscal year 27, $128,120. And further to raise and appropriate the sum of $133,009 for the 2025 fiscal year, which sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels. Estimated tax impact, 0.038 per 1,000, or $3.82 per 100,000 of assessed property value. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This particular agreement results in a first-year COLA for police officers, which averages 10.65%, and a COLA for dispatch personnel averaging 15.83%. Average wage increases in year 2 of the contract are 5.6%, which includes a 1% COLA. Year 3 includes a 1% COLA and a 3% step increase. The themes are very similar here. Again, when we looked at wage scales of our neighbors, they were far ahead of us, and we really needed to ratchet our wage adjustment to be more in line with our neighboring communities. You have police departments in particular that are out there offering signing bonuses to certified officers to leave Exeter and go to other places. And we're on a retention and recruitment schedule here that we need to keep our employee base full. And I'm happy to report that today we do have a complete contingent of police officers and dispatchers, so we are fully staffed in that area. However, it is a tenuous situation again in today's labor market, You have the poachers, it was mentioned earlier, are really out there looking to steal good officers and dispatchers. And certainly we have really great officers and we have great dispatchers. And this bargaining agreement will help us retain our current employee base, which is very important. So with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments about Article 16? Seeing none, that article will appear on the ballot without change. Article 17, Collective Bargaining Agreement, Exeter Professional Firefighters Association, Local 3491, and Town of Exeter, to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Select Board and the Exeter Professional Firefighters Association Local 3491, which calls for the following increased salaries and benefits at the current staffing level. In fiscal year 25, estimated salary benefits increase of $158,248. For fiscal year 26, $207,857. And for fiscal year 27, $124,297. And further to raise and appropriate the sum of $158,248 for the 2025 fiscal year, which sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels. Estimated tax impact, 0.045 per 1,000, or $4.54 per 100,000 of property assessed value. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. We have a great fire department in Exeter. We are blessed to be provided with not only firefighting services, but also ALS level EMS services. And our firefighters do a great job for us, as do the police, as do Public Works. This agreement is a 3-year agreement. There's a first-year COLA to bring employees' wages up to comparable communities of 10.5%. Years 2 and 3 include a 2% COLA and a 2.5% step increase. Other cost items include incentives for staff to keep their paramedic licenses, take on the role of mechanic or EMS coordinator, and inclusion of a low-cost insurance plan for the employees. Again, the themes are similar. We're trying to retain the employees that we have and keep them in a very competitive market where other communities are looking to poach when they can, and we would hope that the voters would support this at the ballot box. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on Article 17? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article 18. Yes, Miss, I hear a voice. Okay, is there a second to this motion? Okay, I say Mr. Kane, Eric Kane making a second, and that was Dr. Zwan. Is there, okay, gotta get my voter card. All in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes have it. There will not be any reconsideration for any of the prior 17 articles. Thank you. All right, Article 18, replace sidewalk tractor number 58, $225,000. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to enter into a 5-year lease purchase agreement for $225,000 for the purpose of lease purchasing a replacement for a 1991 sidewalk tractor in the Public Works Department, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $56,250, which represents the first of 5 annual payments for a total of $258,750 for this purpose. This lease purchase will contain an escape non-appropriation clause. This sum to come from general taxation. Estimated tax impact, 0.016 per thousand, or $1.61 per 100,000 of assessed property value. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Are there any questions from voters? Seeing none, article will appear on the ballot without change. Article 19, replace dump truck number 33, $160,000. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to enter into a 5-year lease purchase agreement for $160,000 for the purpose of lease purchasing a replacement for dump truck number 33 in the Public Works Department, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000, which represents the first of 5 annual payments, a total of $184,000 for this purpose. This lease purchase will contain an escape non-appropriation clause. This sum to come from general taxation, estimated tax impact, .011 per thousand, $1.15 per 100,000 of assessed property value. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Any questions from the voters or comments? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. The next is Article 20, purchasing an ADA accessible van for Parks Recreation, $120,000. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to enter into a 5-year lease purchase agreement for $120,000 for the purpose of lease purchasing an ADA accessible van for the Parks Recreation Department, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000, which represents the first of 5 annual general fund payments, a total of $69,000 for this purpose. The total cost of the van will be shared with the Recreation Revolving Fund, which will provide 50% funding, or $69,000 for this purchase over the 5-year lease purchase. The total sum to be raised from taxation will be $69,000. The total amount of the lease purchase is estimated at $138,000. This lease purchase will contain an escape non-appropriation clause. This sum to come from general taxation and recreation revolving funds, estimated tax impact .004 per thousand, or 43 cents per 100,000 of assessed property value. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Are there any questions from the voters on this? I see someone approaching. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, over here. Your name?
David Tovey.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tovey, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposed ADA accessible van for the Parks and Recreation Department is a vital step toward addressing critical transportation challenges faced by older adults and individuals with mobility challenges who want to participate in town-sponsored programming. We have witnessed this need firsthand and have gathered data to support this investment. In a 2019 Parks and Recreation Department survey, 57%, or 215 out of 377 respondents, stated that special transportation services for older adults and people with disabilities are extremely important, while an additional 135 respondents rated it very important. Furthermore, in the 2022 Exeter Age-Friendly Communities Survey, 54%, or 180 out of 359 respondents, expressed that having transportation options once I stopped driving was a top concern as they age in the community. This data underscores a significant and urgent need for accessible transportation. The ADA van would be utilized by the Parks and Recreation Department to provide transportation for individuals with mobility challenges, allowing them to fully engage in recreational programs, events, and social gatherings within the town. Additionally, it could support homebound residents by offering access to the new multi-generational community center for weekly town-sponsored social programming, reducing isolation, which has been linked to an increased risk of physical and mental health conditions. The primary goal of this initiative is simple: to foster inclusivity and enhance quality of life. This van will ensure that all residents, regardless of age or ability, have the transportation necessary to participate fully in our recreation programming and community life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it looks like we have a voter at the microphone.
Yes. Good morning. Anthony Zwan, 7 Marlborough Street. I am in favor of this article. However, I have one observation and one question. First is the observation, which is that this dollar amount, at the very least, and maybe the entire effort, was brought forward rather late in the budgeting process, and I was discouraged by that. So I just want to throw that marker out. And number two, it's my impression that the Parks and Rec Department is relatively, I won't say understaffed, but is relatively limited in its staffing. Although we did just approve, I guess, an additional position for Parks and Rec with the senior coordinator. But my question is, will this then increase the requirement for personnel to operate this vehicle for this additional service? I would anticipate, costs over and above this vehicle. Again, I think it's for a very worthy cause, but I just wanted to make those observations in that one question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there someone who can respond to that question? Mr. Dean, thank you. I think you're on.
Hi, yes. Russell Dean, Town Manager. My understanding is that no additional personnel will be required to operate this van. We'll do it with in-house personnel that we currently have.
Very good. Is there another question on this? Come on up, voter. Thank you very much. Can you reach that okay? You may be able to tip it down a little bit.
My name is Barbara Desjardins. I live on Brookside Drive in Exeter. And I'm just speaking on support of the van for people with disabilities. Right now, the Department of Recs offers many different programs in which a lot of seniors and adults go and are able to go to restaurants and go to outings. But we have people in this town that cannot ride on their current van. We have people who are in wheelchairs, we have people who use walkers, and we have people who use canes. And the current van that they have right now, the step is much too high for the people with canes to get into the van. So these people aren't allowed to go. And I think that this is a request that's long overdue. We should have had this probably a few years ago. However, I think it's wonderful that we are putting in a request now for this coming budget year. And all I want to do is that I urge the voters to please vote yes for this van. It is desperately needed in Exeter. Thank you.
Thank you. My memory is that my daughter, who went to the rec camp for many, many years, and she's now 26 and married, referred to the existing van as the Blue Beast. So, time to upgrade. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without changes. Article 21, Public EV for electric vehicle charging facility, $120,000. To see if the town will raise and appropriate through special warrant article the sum of $120,000 for the purpose of purchasing and installing two-port electric vehicle chargers, provides charging for 4 vehicles to be located in the downtown municipal lot. This project may qualify for a Department of Transportation, DOT, Charging Fueling Infrastructure, or CFI, grant that provides an 80:20 grant match, federal:-local, up to $96,000. The notice of available funding, the NOFA, for this grant is typically announced in May. Any additional grants obtained will offset the cost of the project. This appropriation will not take effect unless at least $96,000 in grants are received, with the town's share of up to $24,000 to come from the unassigned fund balance. Estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Is there someone who would like, oh, Ms. Gilman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think the article really speaks to itself. The Energy Committee has been working diligently over the years for lots of different initiatives, and this is one that we've talked about for a couple of years. The grant funding, as it says here, is not typically announced until May. So we vote in March, we don't know if we're getting the grant money, and that's why we have the condition in there that if we don't get the grant money, then we're not going to go forward because this is an expensive project. The placement of the two double port electric vehicle chargers was determined because there was a green space in that parking lot that's closest to the police station. But when looking at the structures of the EV chargers themselves, that was not an adequate space to put it. So they've moved the 4 spaces, there you go, the 4 spaces closer to the fire station, police fire station. New Hampshire's DOT has a 10-year transportation plan, and they have recognized that New Hampshire is a black hole of available public charging stations. So there is a plan to incorporate more stations along major routes like 93 and 95, 101. Exeter is doing its bit to get in there and be proactive about the transportation plan. There's a lot of benefits to having these spaces available. Our numbers of registrations just in town are increasing. It's attractive when somebody's using their app saying, where's the public EV charger, that there isn't a black hole in this area, and that Exeter has the opportunity to attract folks to join our downtown while their car's being charged. Let's see. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, we should have, where did I leave my number? We should have 3 to 4 public chargers per 100 registered vehicles. So Exeter alone needs 22 chargers. So this is a beginning. We have 4 here. There are 6 others in Exeter and 11 in Stratham, but some of those are not open to the public. They're private car dealerships or businesses. I think that, where are we next on the slides? The return on investment is really nicely done. We break even in 2 years. We'll be net cash positive in 3 years. There is a 5-year warranty and a 5-year maintenance service. So it will be financially self-supporting. It will support our movement away from fossil fuels, which actually the Select Board had chosen to follow many years ago. To talk about the grants that had been mentioned in the article, the New Hampshire's application for the federal CFI grant is supported by the Energy Committee, the Sustainability Advisory Committee, the Budget Committee, and the Select Board. And just for note, when the state applied to the federal system for the CFI grant, they used this project as one of their examples of how it would be successful, what the grant purpose would provide. So that makes me feel very comfortable that we will get that extra money given whatever's happening. So I think that really sums it up. So I would ask you to support this article. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. It looks like we've got some voters with some questions or comments. Yes, your name and street, please.
Good morning, Paul Royal, 3 Pumpkin Circle. I am going to vote in favor of this, but I would strongly recommend going forward. I look at this as an experiment to see if it works. Obviously, the cost is great. I mean, we're all paying the rest of it through our federal taxes, I guess. But I would like to see the metrics before we move forward with the other, and I would recommend the select board and the budget committee or whoever is best work together to see metrics before we take on more of this to see if the ROI is true. I've been driving hybrid cars for over a decade. I'm not ready for electrification, but that's not really the deal here. But I would like to see the metrics going down the road before we delve into this further. Nobody would come to Exeter if there were no gas stations either. I'm not advocating for more fossil fuel use. I'm just not ready for that. While I get the mic, I want to thank the Budget Committee, the Select Board, and hopefully the townspeople for looking forward on the fire and police, making some adjustments so that we remain competitive. I'm hearing that from everywhere, inside public and private, so I think that's a great way to look forward and take care of the important work that they do and keep that moving forward in a positive fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next voter.
David Kovar, 38 Crossroad. Short people in front of me.
Tall people.
Tall people right here. I can do whatever. I apologize. I am a huge proponent of electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, anything that helps diversify our transportation options, helps us diversify all sorts of things. So I absolutely support this. During the budget review process, we asked the fire department about fire suppression because electric vehicle fires can be a little bit more challenging. They've got that covered. There's setbacks. Enormous amount of really good work went into doing this. And I appreciate the people that participate in the budget review process to get those questions answered at that point in time so that when it comes to this point, I can easily say, hey, I'm fully supportive of this. What I would absolutely ask the select board and the town and everybody involved is to really lean into looking forward about how the objectives and hopes that were articulated here can be met. We can't diversify away from fossil fuel without a more robust grid. We can't diversify away from fossil fuels without those other options. And my friend of mine lives in Pacific Northwest. Electricity out there is plentiful. They've got all sorts of hydro. We're limited on that front. So we need to, I wouldn't say be activists, but we need to lean into figuring out how are we going to increase the demand for electricity by doing things such as this, and also meet that demand in a way that aligns with the objectives of diversifying away from fossil fuels. There are challenges facing us in all of this. How do we get new energy sources? How do we build a more resilient grid? How do we build a grid with higher capacity? And also, how do we make these vehicles less expensive? And this gets into geopolitics. Currently, you can buy a Chinese electric vehicle with some really cool options for, let's call it $15,000. Buying an equivalent US vehicle, first of all, some of those features aren't even available on US models. Second of all, you're looking at more like $30,000 or $40,000. And if we want to really make all sorts of things equitable for all parts of the strata for the town of Exeter and for the state of New Hampshire, we need to make sure that the decisions we're making about what we're going to support in terms of infrastructure can be of benefit to everybody in town, not just those people who can afford electric vehicles. Starting with the people who can, absolutely agree with that. But let's not lose sight of the goal of diversifying away from fossil fuels, how we do that, how we get a grid infrastructure, how we get access to cheaper vehicles and all those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony
Yes.
Swan, 7 Marlborough Street. I am in favor of this article. However, I do have one observation about it. Certainly, the quick facts speak for themselves relative to the costs and funding, and I'll accept those as facts. The part that bothers me that I commented on during the budgeting process was the removal of the island for an addition, to offset the the number of parking spots. And that dismays me. I think our downtown is a sea of asphalt. I think there's a need for more grass strips at the very least. Trees would be lovely. And this is a step in the wrong direction in terms of how that is designed. So I just think that's, it's an unnecessary concession for accomplishing this goal. And if you're going to do that, then let's start looking for other places to create little green barriers for pedestrians and just for our own health. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions, this article will appear on the ballot without any changes. Moving on to Article 22, appropriate to sick leave trust fund $100,000 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the sick leave expendable trust fund previously established. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance. Estimated tax impact none. No amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required. Recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Are there any questions from the voters? I don't see anyone at the microphone, so that article will appear on the ballot without change. Article 23, appropriate to Capital Reserve Fund Parks Improvement $100,000 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the Parks Improvement Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Estimated tax impact 0.028 per thousand. Assessed property value, or $2.84 per 100,000 assessed property value. Majority vote required. Recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Any questions from the voters on this one? Seeing none, that will appear on the ballot as without any changes. The next article, Article 24, is purchase styrofoam densifier unit. What an awesome name. $80,000 to see if the town will raise and appropriate through special warrant article the sum of $80,000 for the purpose of purchasing a styrofoam densifier unit. This project is eligible for a $50,000 grant through recyclefoam.org with applications due in March/April. Any grants obtained will go to offset the cost of the equipment. This appropriation will not take effect unless $50,000 in grants are received, with the town's share of $30,000 to come from the unassigned fund balance. Estimated tax impact none. No amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required. Recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Do we have someone who can speak to this? Thank you. So Kristen, remind me? Nina, oh, I'm sorry. Come on over and introduce yourself.
Nina Braun, Exeter.
Okay, Nina Braun.
From the Sustainability.
From the Sustainability Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Exeter Sustainability Committee supports this article, which will be to purchase the styrofoam densifier unit. Sorry, thank you. It's eligible for a $50,000 grant through the Recycle Foam organization. Any grants that will not be obtained, any grants obtained will be offset by the cost of the equipment. This appropriation will not take effect unless $50,000 in grants are received, with the town's share of $30,000.
You're going to have to speak here.
The densifier is a container that will collect the styrofoam and then, thank you, sorry.
Walk around and let's just get that on for you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Styrofoam is about 90% air, so this densifier will condense it into a usable, sorry. Let me go back here to explain it better. It'll be coiled into things that are called EGOTs, and the EGOT is then as you can see in that top picture there, then a commodity that can be reused and repurposed into building materials such as molding and fences and things like that. The reason that we're suggesting this is our landfill is expected to close by 2034. It's essential that we start reducing our waste stream to extend the life, and by diverting this, we can utilize recycling, Mr. Fox composting, and things like HelpSee. The savings that we're going to get from this is about $3,000 a year, and then offset by the EGOT sales. Approximately, we'll be getting about $500 to $700 a ton, versus cardboard recycling, you get $200 a ton, and aluminum, $1,000 a ton. The town of Guilford, New Hampshire, has seen $4,500 received in the first 6 months of operating this densifier. This is where the EGOTs are sold. The approach that we would do is, it's called a hub and spoke approach. We participated recently, the town of Exeter, as a spoke, but this densifier, by purchasing it, we will become then a hub. When we did the trial, we had noticed a great involvement from the town. Within only 2 hours, 62 cars participated, which led to 11 super sacks being filled, which is the equivalent of over 75 blue bags, and that's just within 2 hours. So not only will savings be realized, but on the offset, we'll also be creating income through the purchase of this diversifier. Thank you.
So Selectman Chartrand is going to speak next. Thank you.
You know, we have so many great town volunteers that serve on committees. Nina agreed to make this presentation within, pardon me, within the last 48 hours. Kristen Murphy was scheduled to make this. Kristen is our staff side support for this Sustainability Advisory Committee. She had to leave on a family emergency, and Nina stepped in. So will you all join me in giving Nina a round of applause? Great job with the presentation, Nina, and thank you for your service on Sustainability Advisory Committee. Just to hit a couple of points. Sustainability Advisory Committee, I'm the select board rep for that committee. I love all the committees that I select board rep to, but this is my favorite. And here's why it's my favorite. That committee has set a goal to reduce the solid waste stream from this town. That sounds ambitious, doesn't it? There's a reason for it, though. Our landfill space is at a premium, as Nina just pointed out. Waste Management uses a landfill in Rochester. That landfill is scheduled to close in the mid-30s. That ain't a long way away. It's less than 10, 12 years max. When that closes, our landfill costs and our solid waste costs will just skyrocket. We currently spend over $1 million a year getting rid of solid waste and handing our recycling off to Waste Management. in a unsorted stream. I believe this town has to look hard at moving away from a curbside pickup system that we've had for so long. I think it'll become unsustainable and far too expensive. So we need to start looking at ways to reduce that solid waste stream. And this is a great low-cost bet for doing that. And possibly turning styrofoam into a revenue source. So again, we only do this if we get the grant. It's a $30,000 bet by the town if we get the grant, and we create a system that would allow us to get a revenue stream, extremely valuable recycled revenue stream. Again, Nina, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, I see a man.
Chris
Voter.
Hales, 63 High Street.
Thank you.
Just one question. The transfer station, some things at the transfer station require the transportation sticker, some don't. Would this require a sticker in order to use?
I guess the first question is this going to be located at the transfer station? And if so, is it part of the sticker benefits?
Thanks, Chris. I was just talking with Steve Jordan, who is our part-time manager out at the transfer station. He's concerned about that as well. Obviously, that would have to be worked out. We're talking about being a hub, so how do the out-of-town folks bring us styrofoam? It'd all have to be worked out. But currently, we need to go to a very rigorous system of folks going into the transfer station have to have a permit. We've kind of fudged that a little bit with the compost. But that needs to be resolved. So that's a great question. We don't have an answer for that today, but we do need to work this out. Thank you for raising that.
Thank you very much. I see a little line forming over here. Okay, great. Mr. Tall, go right ahead.
David Kovar, 38 Crossroad. One of the things to consider, and this comes up in the Budget Review Committee, I expect, if this is a revenue source for the town, then also charging the residents of the town to go use it seems a little bit complicated. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yes, thank you.
Hi, Tony Burke, 108 Kingston Road. I hope you get the grant, and I hope we do it. I think it should be free. If the whole point of this is to get divert waste stream, I think anything you can do to encourage it should happen. But I'd pay for this anyway. I was thinking about this. I put probably upwards of 10 blue bags worth of styrofoam into the waste stream every year with my business, probably just one or two for my household. You buy a TV, you spend $3 getting rid of the styrofoam from it. This has to be a net savings to individuals, forget the town. I really hope that people vote for this, but I wish that it wasn't contingent, frankly, on the grant, because if you don't get it, I really want you to do it anyway. It would save everybody money. I'm certain of it.
Thank you very much. Looks like we have another voter here.
Hi, I'm Denise Short for Sanborn Street, and I am, like Nina, I'm also on the Sustainability Advisory Committee. And I totally support this. I worked at the styrofoam collection day that we had here in Exeter, and we took those 11 super sacks up to Guilford. As the last person who just spoke said, 10 bags of styrofoam, that goes into that landfill that Selectman Chartrand just said is going to go away in a very short period of time. So as with all of these environmental issues that we talk about today, there's the cost, but there's the bigger cost to the environment, to our quality of life, and that's a really hard thing to balance. But I'm very grateful that we have all the town's people on all the committees, the budget committee, townspeople participating today, you know, we have to make these decisions, and I just keep thinking, don't let the, what's that phrase? Don't let the enemy of the good be the perfect. Did I say that backwards?
Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Yeah, because it's really hard in a time when we're overwhelmed by information and trying to understand what is fact and what might not be fact. You know, when you've got, like with Pickpocket Dam and with the styrofoam, you've got people actively involved spending lots of time trying to sort through all the details. So when it comes to this point where something gets on the ballot, it's not the time to get into things if you don't know the whole issue. Totally rambling, but I just appreciate this, and I 100% support this. Thank you.
And on that note, there are brochures with options for people to volunteer for town committees right up there at the back. Yes, thank you.
Hello, Nicholas Metz, 1 Tilton Avenue. Again, I take the opportunity to thank everybody here and everything you put forward. I agree, I support this wholeheartedly. You know, necessity is the mother of all invention, and putting this first, work out the details afterwards. Obviously, styrofoam reduction and consumption of it is first and foremost, but having to deal with what you have is imperative. We talk about how many blue bags that we use, but if you just drive to Raymond on your way there, you pay by weight, and I think they actually pay you to take styrofoam at this point, where this could actually be turned into something lucrative, which is awesome. The one question I did have is it definitely notes number 6 styrofoam, but isn't there a variety with packaging and stuff? Is it only number 6 that it deals with, or is there room for expansion of that program into other forms?
So I think there's some explanations, let's see, in the back, but as I understand it, there are limitations, and Mr. Chartrand, do you know the details on that? I think there's no peanuts, no pipe insulation.
Yeah, currently, thank you, Miss.
Thank
you, Madam Moderator. Yeah, currently this unit would only recycle number 6 styrofoam. So, just to answer the question very specifically.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more voters ready to speak, so this will appear on the ballot without change. Article 25, appropriate to non-capital reserve fund for snow and ice deficit, $75,000. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $75,000 to be added to the snow and ice deficit non-capital reserve fund previously established, this sum to come from the unassigned fund balance. Estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Let's see, does anyone wish to speak to that? Does anyone have any questions? I don't see any, so this article will appear on the ballot without change. Article 26 is to replace the fire utility truck, $71,355. To see if the town will raise and appropriate through special warrant article the sum of $71,355 for the purpose of purchasing a replacement for the fire department utility truck purchased in 2008. This vehicle is primarily used for towing emergency and non-emergency trailers to incident scenes. It is also used to pick up used equipment after fire and other incidents. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance, estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without any changes. And now we're on Article 27, Transfer Station Improvements, $50,000. To see if the town will raise and appropriate through special warrant article the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of making improvements to the town transfer station. This sum to come from general taxation, estimated tax impact, .014 per thousand, or $1.44 per 100,000 assessed property value. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Mr. Chartrand, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Seeing my comments earlier on Article 24, this is really an attempt to invest a very small amount of money in the transfer station, which has received no investments in years. And the primary purpose of the $50,000 is to address station access, vehicle circulation, attendant safety, maximizing use of the site, and improving the efficiency of the operations as we begin to think about our transfer station as a place to process more of our recycled matter and our solid waste. Making a small investment to start to improve that site is, I think, imperative. So that's really the reason for this article.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions or comments, so that article will appear on the ballot without changes. Article 28, appropriate to Capital Reserve Fund-ADA Fund, $25,000, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be added to the ADA Non-Capital Reserve Fund previously established, estimated tax impact .0072 per thousand, or of assessed property value, or 72 cents per 100,000 of assessed property value. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Are there any questions from voters on this one? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. Ooh, best name here, Article 29, the Exeter Centennial Fund, $5,000. It sounds like my sister is 100 years old. Which she's not, to see if the town will vote to establish a capital reserve fund under RSA 35:1-C to be known as the Exeter Centennial Fund for the purpose of planning events and celebrations for the Exeter Centennial of the United States of America, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be placed in this fund, and further, the Select Board shall be named agents of the fund and be authorized to make expenditures from the fund. Estimated tax impact, .0014 per $1,000 of assessed property value, 14 cents per $100,000 of assessed property value. Majority vote required and recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this? Seeing none, this Article 29 will appear on the ballot without change. Article 30, appropriate to trust fund Swayze Parkway, $3,750, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,750 to be added to the Swayze Parkway Expendable Trust Fund previously established, this sum to come from unassigned fund balance. This amount is equivalent to the amount of permit fees collected during 2024 for use of the Swayze Parkway. Estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Does anyone wish to speak to this? Seeing no comments or questions, this will appear on the ballot without any changes. Now we get to Article 31, the TIF, which is Tax Increment Financing Amendment, amend financing plan, to see if the town will adopt the provisions of the Exeter Road Tax Increment District Financing Plan Amendment dated January 6, 2025, in accordance with RSA 162-K:9, Roman 4, which allocates the use of tax increments for retirement of bonds and notes as outlined in the plan amendment. The plan amendment includes 3 capital projects in the Epping Road TIF district. Epping Road widening Phase 2, estimated cost $880,000. Industrial Drive / Commerce Way paving, estimated cost $180,000. And water sewer improvements south of the Continental Drive traffic light, estimated cost $850,000. Estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote required, recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Is there anyone on the board who would like to speak to this? Mr. Chartrand.
In my time on the select board, one of the most successful projects that the town has undertaken is this tax increment finance district out on Epping Road. You can see in the description and also in the tax increment finance package that was put out for people to grab that we've had incredible success at generating development in a corridor that was long neglected by developers. Putting the initial bond to put water and sewer out Epping Road spurred so much development, and it was successful beyond our wildest projections. This is asking us to address the corridor's needs given that wild success. And it's really just a way to allow more development to happen in that very specific corridor. So I would urge the voters to support this TIF amendment. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't see any other voters wishing to comment. Oh, I see a hand raised. All right, I'll give you time to get over there. Thank you.
I'm Mary Teagle. I live in Exeter, 9 Union. Tax increment financing.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic? You have to really put your mouth close. Yeah, that's just kind of lean in.
The tax increment financing is more wonky than I can truly understand, but as I understand it, it has to do with providing incentives for development, and I think it gives developers some kind of tax break. So if I'm wrong on that, catch me up when I'm done. So back to the basic point, I'm new here, but I pay taxes. I've been visiting Exeter for probably 50 years, and I'm really disappointed that the approaches to Exeter have lost all their trees. Those weren't my decisions. I think that with this plan to expand the corridor, we need to take much more consideration of not just the aesthetic environment, but the natural environment. And I'm really opposed to greater development along that corridor and the other one without appropriate bike lanes and sidewalks. So correct me if I'm wrong on what I said is my understanding of TIFs. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chartrand?
Darren, if I get this wrong, correct me. So a tax increment finance district captures all the tax revenues that roll off of all the additional development in the district and puts it towards improvements in the district. It does not give any incentives to developers. That's a different program, and you're going to hear about that from Jerry in just a minute. He put a citizen's petition together to sunset 79E, which I support that effort. But this really is about capturing all of the revenue off of additional development and setting it aside to make improvements in a corridor. And they could be the kind of improvements that you're asking for. Additional, a complete streets approach to Epping Road. So I think that answers your question. If it doesn't, please let me know.
Thank you very much. I see another voter at the podium.
David Kovar, 38 Cross Road.
Thank you.
I'll second Mary's thoughts and comments and challenge Dan a little bit. There is an incentive built into this for developers. If you're improving water and sewer on that corridor, you're making it so that more of those lots or more of those areas are more build ready. If the water and sewer capacity is stopped at the point where it is right now, then future developments would have to go address those problems. If I were inclined to make an amendment, which I'm not, so don't worry about that, I would tie this to some sort of smart, safe streets, not just thoughts, but actual plan for implementing bike lanes, access, all that sort of stuff. An example that others have pointed out to me is that growing up, I bicycled and walked to school every single day all over Bethesda, Maryland. You cannot bicycle to Exeter, to where we are right now, via any route out of town. There's no safe way to do that. And that gets into all sorts of other access to more environmentally friendly areas. So I support this. I believe it's the right thing to do. But I would ask the town and the select board to ensure that as we not only develop this area, but as we improve the ability to develop this area, that we really take a very, very hard look at making sure that not only do the approaches to town have an attractive appearance, but our ability to travel through the town if we are not in a vehicle is also improved. If we're supporting electric vehicles, let's also support bicycles, pedestrian access, all that sort of stuff. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Are there any other voters who wish to speak on this? Seeing none, this article will appear on the ballot without change. Thank you very much. We are making progress. Okay, we are now going to start on the first of our citizens petitions. And the first one, and again, as I said at the beginning, I'm going to ask the petitioners if they have a presentation or a description to limit that to 10 minutes. And then we'll keep trying to keep comments to 3 minutes apiece. But the first petition warrant article is Article 32, a citizen petition article on the petition of Jerry Hamill and other registered voters of the town of Exeter, New Hampshire, to see if the town shall vote to discontinue the Community Revitalization Tax Incentive Program, RSA 79E, adopted by the town of Exeter in March 2014. The program was used to give tax incentives to owners and investors in certain districts to spur revitalization of property. With property values more than doubling in the past 10 years and the lack of needing incentives to renovate, we feel the incentive program should be discontinued so that the taxes on all future projects can be utilized by the town and citizens instead of investors. Majority vote required. Mr. Hamill, would you like to speak?
Good morning. Jerry Hamill, 28 Newfields Road. First of all, just to let you know a little bit about the 79E, excuse me, the 79E, it's a tax incentive plan that's given to contractors or developers and investors in certain parts of the town, which would be downtown, portion of Portsmouth Ave, some on Linden Street, some on Railroad Ave. Now, the incentive that they've given, basically, if they put a substantial amount of money into their building, whatever the tax rate, when they go into the building, say the tax rate is based on a $50,000 evaluation, that's held for 9 years, up to 9 years, depending on how many years they can qualify. So if their building, for example, ends up being up $4 million, they still have that tax credit. This was developed in 2014. We were just coming out of a depression. Things were starting to go on the up climb, and a lot of the real estate market was pretty slow. So it could have been a good idea to get bringing investors in, but as everyone knows, from 2015, the real estate market took off, and it's been on an upward climb since. So the incentive for the investor is really, they're trying to find the buildings, never mind trying to get the incentives. So we feel that this incentive is something that's no longer needed. And one of the other things about this program is the credit actually passes on to someone if they buy the building. So what we're finding now, we're finding a lot of the buildings in Exeter that have been sold for $1 million, they're subject to a tax incentive from $159,000 to $197,000 over the period of this incentive program that they have. And they're using this to market the programs. The investors are already making a good profit on the building. Now, I don't blame the marketing people. I don't blame the contractors or the town. The program's there. So I just thinking now that everything is going okay, I think we should actually take and dissolve this program. If it's ever needed again, it could always be brought back up again. So I hope you'll vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamill.
David Kovar, 38 Crossroad again. I cannot speak to the technicalities of whether this program is or is not beneficial, so support it. But I would argue that we all need to look at incentive programs going forward. I will use the current proposal to level a house and put 17, I believe they're condos, in that place. These are not going to be affordable housing condominiums. And again, I understand the financial incentives for the developer and the investors and things like that. If you can turn a single lot of a house that really is unlivable into 17 units that you can sell for some substantial amount of money, and the incentives are not there for you to do anything else, then that's what you're going to do. But if we can look at incentive programs in general for A, preserving existing housing stock or things that are considered historical for some reason that don't match the current historical measurements, and particularly if somebody is going to level some house like that, can we really think about ways to incentivize those developers in a meaningful way so they are building something that's truly affordable housing? We are pricing out the people who want to live here. We're pricing out the people who work here. When you read through that list of people who are speaking up today that do not live in the town of Exeter, I wouldn't say shocked, but it was significant. And you look at all sorts of other people who cannot afford to live in Exeter, who are working in Exeter and making an Exeter a desirable place to live. We need to support those people. We are at risk of looking more like Portsmouth or San Francisco, and well, that analogy is flawed. Let's just say Portsmouth. So by all means, go ahead and approve this, but in its place, let's really think hard about how to properly incentivize development. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, hi, Anthony Zwan, 7 Marlborough Street. Sorry?
You're going to have to either...
Sorry.
If you don't mind.
Lang, how's it going, man?
You may have to bend way down, sorry, or raise it.
That's what it is, all these short people, sorry.
And tall people.
Anthony Zwan, 7 Marlborough Street. I strongly support what Jerry's doing here, but I wanted to make a point of clarification. My friend Dave, who spoke before me, used an example that is not, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is not subject to the RSA 79E tax credit, if you will. Am I correct in that, or am I not? This 79E is geared more towards downtown properties. I think it has a very specific area of application, is my understanding. So just a point of clarification on that, which I'm not totally clear on, but correct me if I'm wrong. And I strongly support dropping the 79E presently. Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this? Jerry, did you want to say something more?
Yeah, this is basically is just those specific areas. It's basically the downtown, not the whole complete downtown, just certain areas. Parts of Lincoln Street, parts of Railroad Ave, and I think it goes up to the Walgreens on Portsmouth Ave as well. So it's just certain areas, and that's it. And the other thing, the affordable housing, it is a very important thing in Exeter, but nothing affordable has developed out of the 79E. So we need a different program for that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this article? So Article 32 will appear on the ballot without any changes. And now we've got a series of 5 petition warrant articles by Karishma Manzoor. The first is Article 33, Citizens Petition Article by petition of Karishma Manzoor and others. Shall the town vote to direct the Exeter Select Board, our governor, and state elected representatives to disclose and divest all state and town pension funds, and withdraw investments from weapons manufacturers that are profiting from gun violence. Every year, gun violence kills more than 40,000 people in America and wounds twice as many. Injury from firearms is now the leading cause of death for children and teens in America. Gun violence is costing our nation over $557 billion in healthcare treatments and lost economic opportunity. The lost human potential cannot be measured. Put simply, America cannot afford gun violence. As citizens, we want to make the world safer for everyone, especially children. The record of the vote approving this article shall be sent to Exeter's state and federal representatives and the governor of New Hampshire. Majority vote required. Ms. Manzoor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. First of all, I want to thank everyone who is still here. It's been a long day. Articles 33 to 37 have one thing in common. They all propose that the town of Exeter values human life and a healthy environment. And the issues raised in Articles 33 to 37 are a result of, sadly, greed and corruption. So one thing I do want to say a little bit more about Article 33. As we noted, gun violence kills more than 40,000 people in America. It is a conservative estimate. It actually last year was more than 46,000, and wounds twice as many. The 40,000 deaths include 20,000 suicides, 19,000 homicides, 500 accidental deaths, and 500 undetermined. Injury from firearms is now the leading cause of death for children and teens in America. We're cutting the lives of our children short through homicides, suicides, and accidental shootings. Thousands of guns are also stolen every year, taken from houses, vehicles, and stores. Gun thefts often divert guns into an underground market where people with dangerous histories are easily able to obtain firearms without restriction. That is why stolen guns are often recovered at crime scenes, including at the scenes of homicides and other violent crimes. But we don't have to be in this situation. Advanced technology exists, including radio frequency identification chips or RFID chips, Bluetooth, GPS trackers, similar to what we have in our cell phones, for example, Find My Phone features, fingerprint readers, biometric sensors, smart technologies such as thumb scans or passcodes, which are also readily available on our cell phones. Loaded chamber indicators, which usually indicate that a round is in the chamber, magazine safety disconnects, which prevent a gun from being fired if the magazine is removed, and lastly, higher trigger resistance, which prevent a gun from being from a child from operating a gun. Such safety features and technology will prevent use by unauthorized people, including family members who may be going through a crisis, or if the gun falls into the hands of criminals. Safety features will prevent accidental firing as well. Safety features will also decrease the chances of theft and help eliminate the major public safety threat of stolen guns. The bottom line is that advanced technology and other safety features can stop unauthorized gun use and decrease deaths and injuries from gun violence. We all appreciate having safety features in our cars like anti-lock brakes, seat belts, headlights, etc. Similarly, the majority of gun owners support safety features. However, gun manufacturers are not voluntarily implementing these features and are discouraging legislation to make guns safer. Some gun manufacturers have lobbied to block safety features. Therefore, we are here to say that we should not invest in irresponsible companies that put profit before American lives, especially our children's lives.
Thank you. Are there any others who would like to speak to this?
Yeah, hi, Alexander Koch, 6 Windermere Lane in Exeter.
Thank you.
I'm supporting this article, but I'd like to actually propose an amendment. Shall I just read it, or?
You can read it, and then we'd like to have it in writing, please.
Okay, so I'd like to propose to replace the last 4 words in the Article 33 as it's written now. So the last sentence would then become from weapons manufacturers that are not incorporating advanced technologies and other safety features to prevent gun deaths and gun thefts, to make this a little bit more specific.
Okay, where exactly did you want to put that? I'm sorry. Okay, so the amendment would be to strike at the end of the first paragraph the phrase profiting from gun violence and instead insert the language proposed that deals with failure to include safety features. Is there a second to this motion? Second. And that's from? I didn't hear, sorry, last name? McDonough, thank you. Yes, you may proceed with discussion if you wish to speak about it. Alexander?
Yeah, as I said, I support the article with the amendment, and I think, as you will see in the following articles, a lot of this is about financing and about money, and I think it's fitting that we talk about this here. Maybe discuss the town finances, and maybe, I don't know, Chairman, maybe you can. I just want to point out that a lot of the money that's being raised in the town is not staying in the town, right? A lot of our property taxes goes to the state, and all these articles are related to what's being done with our taxpayers' money beyond the town of Exeter.
Okay, thank you. Is there someone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? So we're talking about the amendment, not the original article first.
Mary Teagle, 9 Union.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually like the proposal.
The amendment?
That's correct.
Yes, okay.
I don't think it's caving in to eliminate gun violence and insert instead what's proposed. However, I think what's proposed is a little softer and it might fly better.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? Okay. So if we are ready, we'll have a vote on the amendment. And the question is whether to, I'll read the insert language. Cross out the phrase "from gun violence" at the end of the first paragraph of Article 33 and replace it with "not incorporating advanced technology and other safety features to prevent gun deaths and gun thefts." All in favor of the amendment to the warrant article, please raise your cards and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your cards and say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Thank you. Okay, we're now back to talking about Article 33 as amended. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to Article 33 as amended?
Hi, I'm Denise Short for Sanborn Street. I guess I have a clarification question. In the actual article, to disclose and divest all town and state pension funds and withdraw investments, who actually decides that?
So I think probably the petitioner is the best person to answer that question. Are you able to answer that, Ms. Manzoor?
I'll try. The New Hampshire retirement system governs all state and state pension funds for fire, police, teachers, and town officials. It is a $12 billion fund, and it's being invested in various types of portfolios. And what we're trying to say is there's actually a board of directors that governs that $12 billion fund. And we're trying to say, please do not invest in companies that will then be not incorporating the safety features. So we're making it very specific. We're trying to say we value our people's lives, and we do not want money that are basically from gun deaths, profiting from gun deaths.
Okay, thank you. All right, one quick follow-up.
So a quick follow-up is, are those board of directors elected or political appointees?
Boy, I don't know the answer to that question. That may be beyond anybody's pay grade around here.
Right, I totally support the idea, but in order to actually do something, I think it's important to understand exactly who's making those decisions, and we can get to them. And this, I support that we support what the article petition
Okay,
is going for.
thank you. All right. Are there other comments about the article as amended?
Mary Teagle, 9 Union. I want to commend Karishma for bringing this to this setting. I think it's a very highly charged, so to speak, topic. And I just want to say that it's the topic is a conversation we need to have. Gun safety. It's no secret that the United States is very poor about managing this amazing tool. And I think we need to incrementally make it better. And I think, like I said in the beginning, I think it's very important to talk about it with each other in as a peaceable manner as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Herb Moyer, 51 West Side Drive, Exeter. I'd like to second that commendation for Krishna's efforts on this and other warrant articles that we'll be talking about. I work in financial services, and there's a big move, has been for the past 15 or 20 years, to have communities, or in this case, I'm on a committee for our church to provide investments that align with our church values. So it's totally appropriate to be looking at a community's investment portfolio, whether it supports things like gambling, cigarettes, alcohol, weapons, etc. And the broader category is called ESG, funds that are environmentally appropriate, socially responsible, and the governance by the people who run that corporation. So this is a wonderful effort, and I commend Krishna for doing that, and I hope everybody supports this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments about the article as amended?
I have a question. Tony Burke, 108 Kingston Road. Whoever's best equipped to answer this legally, this says select board, governor, and the state. I don't want to be too cynical, but I doubt the governor or the state are going to pay any attention to this. Does this, as written, would it bind the town if it was approved to do that, or would it need to be written differently to kind of make it severable or something if two-thirds of the people addressed here ignore it?
So I'm going to let our attorney speak to that. So Attorney Inspector Morgan.
If it passes, I would say it binds the town to notify the state of the passage.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Are there any other questions on this article as amended? Okay, seeing none, it will appear on the ballot with that one change. The next item is Article 34, Citizen Petition Article. By petition of Karishma Manzoor and others, shall the town vote to call upon our federal elected representatives to investigate the massive fraud and abuse in the U.S. Department of Defense, cut the vast $90 billion defense budget, and use taxpayer funds to help ordinary Americans. While over 45 million Americans are struggling with hunger, billions of dollars will go to a few giant defense contractors that overcharge the U.S. government and make enormous profits for their CEOs and shareholders. This is disgraceful. As citizens, we want our tax funds to help ordinary Americans. The record of the vote approving this article shall be sent to Exeter's state and federal representatives and the governor of New Hampshire. Majority vote required. Ms. Manzoor.
I just want to make one comment. we don't even really have to do a lot of calculation. Studies have shown that the Pentagon spending can be cut by 15%, which comes to about $140 billion, just by reducing the excessive waste. And that $140 billion can be used for supplemental school budgets, renewable energy, universal pre-K. We can end chronic hunger worldwide and end homelessness in the United States, just with 15% cut to the Defense Department budget and then putting it towards important social programs.
Okay, thank you. Your name again, please, sir.
David Kovar, 38 Crossroad, Exeter.
Thank you.
I have a, unfortunately, ridiculous amount of experience with this particular problem. A lot of what my company does is funded by Department of Defense, DARPA, U.S. government. I will go on the record as being an absolute opponent of DOGE and their particular approach to how to make the government more efficient. However, there has been, I've been involved in sort of DoD contracting for about 5 years now, and there is a huge push on the part of smaller companies to make government procurement far more efficient and to stop funding these big, what are called DoD primes with what are called cost-plus contracts, because from our perspective, it really stifles innovation, which we need all across the economy. It also stifles startups and entrepreneurs and these other companies that are trying to build small businesses and be efficient and bring funding to local communities. And most importantly, and this goes to that point, is the amount of waste and inefficiency in the DoD budget is immense. And if we could reduce that waste by even 5%, the amount of money that would free up is staggering. And I am a huge proponent of better social safety nets, better environment, and even, just picking one example, even the DoD is very interested in climate change. If you think about the number of DoD bases, both domestically and abroad, that are at sea level, they have an absolute vested interest in how do we study and how do we invest in mitigating the effects of climate change. So even if you reallocate some of those inefficiently used funds for studying climate change, for example, it would have a huge impact. So I very much approve of this one.
Thank you very much.
Herb Moyer, 51 West Side Drive. The Pentagon and the Defense Department has failed the last 5 audits. They cannot account for our tax funds, your tax funds. There may still be some people in the audience who think that this is not our problem or our issue. It is our issue. Our Congress people can't seem to get anything done as a group, so that it's incumbent that people like Karishma take these issues and bring it to local communities to take a pulse of what Americans really feel about their existing conditions. So $900 billion sounds like a lot, but our money spent on weapons and war and other activities are definitely taking away. You know, President Eisenhower said, beware of the defense industrial complex. And, you know, for every gun you buy, there's butter you can't create. So this is a wonderful effort, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this article? Yes, okay. I will give you plenty of time to get over there. And I will let folks know that we are nearing the end of our ballot. And once we get to the end, I'm going to thank some folks for all the effort that went into putting this on, because it's a huge operation on the part of the town and the school district to host all of us in this beautiful facility. So give you a chance to catch your breath. You may need to tip that mic down a bit and speak quite closely to it.
Pat Yasha from Exeter.
Get real close.
Lower?
Just close to the mic, like it's an ice cream cone and you're about to get a lick.
All right. Pat Yasha from Chestnut Street in Exeter. There are several issues here that point to weapons and defense issues. And we live in the midst of a very rich area when it comes to profits that are developed here and manufactured here and supported here. And they are weapons of death, whether they are wars in Gaza and Palestine or in the schools where there have been too many vile shootings. I went to a conference at Harvard's School of Public Health a couple of years ago, and the doctors who were leading the presentation said, the largest public health issue in this country is weapons. So I want to speak in favor of the implications in both Article 34 and 33 that point to weapons that are so much a part of our economy here, and commend Krishna for educating a lot of us about the extent of anti-humanitarian and expensive parts of our economy.
Thank you. Are there any other folks who wish to comment on this article? Seeing none, Article 34 will appear on the ballot without change. The next article is Article 35, Citizen Petition Article. On petition of Karishma Manzoor and others, shall the town vote to call upon our federal elected representatives to use the U.S. government's considerable influence to 1, support the safety and right to life of all people living in Israel and Palestine. 2, enforce U.S. laws prohibiting weapons sales to countries that violate human rights. And 3, ensure the safe delivery of food and medical supplies to the people in Gaza. While many Americans struggle to live from paycheck to paycheck, many are homeless children, children are going hungry, elderly people are unable to afford to heat their homes, and millions of Americans don't have health insurance. Our government spent over $90 million of New Hampshire tax money in 2024 to buy weapons for Israel. We want our government to spend our money to help ordinary Americans. As citizens, we are also concerned that our money and weapons are being used to make Gaza the most dangerous place in the world to be a child. The record of the vote approving this article shall be sent to Exeter's state and federal representatives and the governor of New Hampshire. Majority vote required. Ms. Manzoor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I understand that there is a ceasefire in effect at the moment. We are cautiously optimistic. However, given the volatility of that region, it is potential that the conflict will arise again and violence will arise again. So this may seem like it is not relevant as of February 1st, but I think we would like to keep this in mind. If violence arises, we will be able to use our town's voice to talk to our representatives and our federal government officials. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this Article 35?
Herb Moyer, Exeter. For probably half of the Biden administration, we've been in violation of laws and international as well as our own laws that prohibit us from providing weapons when certain routines are not followed in terms of proper use of weapons and the delivery of them. So we've been in violation for several years now with the situation going on in Gaza. almost 2 years. So I certainly support this, and I'm ashamed that my country won't follow normal rules of engagement and stop killing children. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to Article 35? Yes.
Jeff Ajitsi, 20 Chestnut Street. I would also just like to commend Karishma. I speak for myself, but I think a lot of other people when I say that our federal politics have felt very empowering for a long time now, but particularly with respect to all of these issues. This one, I'm especially close to this one, but I guess I appreciate the opportunity for us to send a signal to our state and federal elected officials beyond the typical venue, just because I think the more contact local forces can have with our federal and state elected officials to let them know what we're thinking, the better. So I really appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, with respect to this issue, as someone with Jewish heritage, I can appreciate the fact that there has been violence committed on both sides of this issue, and I'm very sensitive to what happened on October 7th. But I don't think that changes the fact that since then, I have also been ashamed that our taxpayer dollars have been used to fund the killing of children that had nothing to do with October 7th. And so I think I would very much be in support of this article, and I'm thankful to Karishma for giving us the opportunity to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to Article 35? Seeing no one, Article 35 will appear on the ballot without change. Article 36, Citizens Petition Article, by petition of Karishma Manzoor and others, shall the town vote to authorize and direct the Exeter Select Board, our governor, and state and federal elected representatives to support a $5,000 limit on contributions to political action committees and super PACs that spend money to support or defeat candidates for office in New Hampshire. Democracy means that we elect our political leaders and they represent us. As citizens, we are concerned that corporations and billionaires use money to make our elected officials do what they want, and most ordinary Americans do not have that power. The record of the vote approving this article shall be sent to Exeter's state and federal representatives and the governor of New Hampshire. Majority vote required. Ms. Mansour.
Just a brief comment. We did have campaign finance rules in place for over 100 years, which were overturned with the Supreme Court's ruling on Citizens United, which reversed and enabled basically the rise of dark money. So super PACs can receive and spend unlimited sums of money from wealthy donors, and they don't have to reveal their sources. And I want to go on record to say those dark money sources can be drug cartels, foreign entities, and nefarious other characters. And so we have no way of controlling or knowing that information. So we must work together to protect fairness in our state's primary and general elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this Article 36?
Herb Moyer, 51 West Side Drive. Most people here probably do know about the Supreme Court decision some 10 years ago, Citizens United. That opened the floodgates to allow virtually unlimited PACs and other means of diluting yours and my vote. Big money has obviously overtaken this whole political scene, and it has to stop somewhere. So I'm really happy that Karishma put this article on for our vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Nicholas Metz, 1 Tilton Avenue. I'm going to get in line with everybody else and thank Karishma for putting all of these articles together. They really do bring to light the dilution, as just previously mentioned. It becomes discouraging that our voices don't matter, and hopefully this will be the small ripple effect that can bring some attention to the war machine. You know, the special interest that goes into making our voices so much smaller and feeling insignificant. It's designed that way. It's a system that's gotten away, and small items like 36 here to make our voice at least more on a level field, take some of that money out of these super PACs so that the special interest can't dominate the industry. I mean, from the war machine to the food generation and insurance, those are the three pillars that essentially make all these choices for us. So I fully support all of these articles, and I hope that we can try to get some amplification to our voices. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Yeah, Alexander Koch, 6 Windermere. Just very briefly, it looks like in Washington there's like a bipartisan agreement, particularly on the last topic on the campaign financing. So it's very important because who we're going to vote for every 2 years, or every 6 years, or on a federal and state level, it doesn't make a real impact. So hopefully from the grassroots level up, from a town level, sending some signals to the state and federal government will have an impact. So I'm fully supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions on Article 36? Seeing none, it will appear as printed on the ballot without any changes. Article 37, petition article by petition of Karishma Manzoor and others. Shall the town vote to call upon our governor and state and federal elected representatives to conserve and maintain New Hampshire's public natural resources for the benefit of this and future generations? As citizens, we recognize the fundamental right of people, plants, and animals to have clean air, pure water, and a healthy environment. We urge our state and federal governments to ensure that our beautiful state continues to have a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment upon which we can rely. The record of the vote approving this article shall be sent to Exeter's state and federal representatives and the governor of New Hampshire. Majority vote required. Ms. Manzoor, did you wish to speak to this?
We all know about climate change. We are all experiencing it. And yes, there are fluctuations, and it has nothing to do with just seasonal changes. Our politicians are constantly telling us climate change is a hoax when we know it is not. Southern Maine can no longer offer cross-country skiing because they're not receiving reliable amounts of snow. After hundreds of years, these family farms are shutting down their cross-country skiing business. Anyways, one thing I hope people will also understand, that climate change will be a cause of global decline in male fertility. We can already see this in farm animals here in New Hampshire. It arises from a direct damage to testicular cells, sperm production, and poor sperm quality. So I hope this is actually going to be a wake-up call for some people. Farmers in New Hampshire are suffering drought, heat waves, heavy rainfall. None of these are good for farmers. They're at the moment experiencing about $3.4 million worth of losses per year, but our state government is also trying to block any kind of study from being done because they don't want us to know that information. And here in the Seacoast, we're not immune. If you recall, January 2024, there was heavy flooding in Hampton, which caused up to 13 feet of flooding. And many of these people are now using their own money to raise their houses on stilts because the state does not agree that there is a climate crisis, and they do not want to support individual property owners. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to Article 37?
Herb Moyer, Exeter. I'll just share a personal perspective. I started the ecology program at Winnicott High School in 1972, and my students came to know me as Mr. Organic, I guess. But this is an important subject, has been all my life, and appreciate the effort of bringing this to the public for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Pratt, 7 Wentworth Street, I want to thank Karishma for all that she has brought forth. This is a great way to end our meeting today, I think. I especially want to highlight the fact that I hope our town, all our people in our town who work so hard to make it what it is today, and it's such a great place, but that we really do consider the green spaces that we have lost and that we can create as we build and rebuild our town. So thank you all, town's officials who do so much, and thank you, Karishma.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on Article 37? Okay, seeing none, Article 37 will appear on the ballot without change. We do have Article 2, which is zoning amendment number 1, having to do with short-term rentals, a change to the zoning ordinance. Is there anyone who would like to discuss or ask a question about that? I'm not seeing, oh, there is a man coming down the stairs now. Don't hurt yourself. So just as a reminder, we're not able to amend this, the text of this, but we can certainly discuss and ask questions. We're looking, could you advance? Can someone advance? Thank you. Oh, going the other way. Nope, we want to get to number oh, yes, it is Article 2, Zoning 1, yes. Thank you. Thank you. You are going the right way. It's not here. Okay. So it's in the handout. I'm happy to read it just so everybody knows what it is, because it is kind of an interesting article. All right, here we go. Article 2, Zoning Amendment 1. Are you in favor of the adoption, number 1, as proposed by the Planning Board for the Town Zoning Ordinance by amending Article 2, Section 2.2, definitions by adding a new definition for short-term rental, any individually or collectively owned single-family house or dwelling unit, or any unit or group of units in a condominium, cooperative, timeshare, or owner-occupied residential home that is offered for a fee and for less than 30 consecutive days, close quote, that's the change. And amend Article 4, Section 4.2, Schedule Roman 1, permitted uses by adding, quote, short-term rental, close quote, as a permitted use in the capital C-1 Central Area Commercial and WC Waterfront Commercial Zoning Districts. This was recommended by the Planning Board 6-1. Okay, question or comment?
David Kovar, 38 Crossroad, Exeter. Short-term rentals are very complicated. So one observation is, why are we picking particular parts of town as being favored for short-term rentals as opposed to other parts of town? That does not seem equitable. And we get back to an observation I made earlier, is that when I was talking about electric vehicles and things like that, looking at equitability and making sure that certain opportunities or certain restrictions are broadly applicable to the entire population of Exeter seems like an objective that we should aim for, and there will always be exceptions to this sort of thing. Short-term rentals are particularly problematic in the moment, I believe, because we're going back to the affordable housing. I am aware of at least one fairly large house that is currently being used for short-term rentals, but not on any of the classic sites because they don't want to be restricted. And as long as people are abusing the whole short-term rental mechanism, I think it requires us to look at the entire short-term rental opportunity rather than doing incremental changes to the current language.
Okay, so this is a matter that was recommended by the planning board, and I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that the select board has a say on.
They do not have a say. I'm mostly saying this to be A, on the record, and B, because there are future things that the select board will have a say on, and thinking about that now is important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on zoning amendment 1, which is Article 2? I see no one. Okay, so our last article is actually Article 38, which is any other business that can lawfully come before the town meeting. Does anyone have any lawful business that can come before the town meeting? I see none. All right. Thank you to everyone who put this on, all of our hardworking town people, our wonderful school people, Principal Monahan, who let us use this beautiful building, the custodial crew, the people who plowed and salted and everything, our tech crew, which is awesome, our supervisors of the checklist. It's a huge effort to do this. Thank you all for coming and staying all the way through. It's so important for our citizens to participate. So come out and vote March 11. And I will entertain a motion to dissolve the meeting. Is there a motion? All right, I hear the clerk motion, and there's a second. Where is that? From Nancy Belanger, moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, return your voter cards to the supervisors, please. Thank you all. Thank you.